But today I want to emphasize that for me, the important point is that it is not a celebration day, it's a working day. For me, what I want from this day is that this day, I want to say that María de Maeztu, this distinction for us is not a fine, is not a goal by itself. It's a mean, it's a way of achieving our long-term goals, which is to have this excellent research hub here in Barcelona. And this will be the use of this María de Maeztu to improve this research group that we have created. And also subsequent things, because it should be evident that we are thinking in applying for a Severo Ochoa when María de Maeztu finishes. And this will not be a goal by itself. It will be, again, another mean to attack the next step in this way that we have started. This is what I want to say, and this is the plan or the philosophy we are following. So thank you very much. And then I will give the word to the next speaker, who is Robert Mackay, President of the Scientific Advisory Board from CRM.
Bon mati. As the chair of CRM's Scientific Advisory Board, can you hear me? No.
With some difficulties.
Here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We are telling the multimedia man.
Okay.
That something is not working properly.
Okay, I'll wait then, but I'll keep talking so we can test and see if it gets better. Is it better now? Yeah. I think it's some problem in the lecture room, probably.
És el volum de la sala que està fluix.
Per darrere ho sentíeu o no? Se sentia per darrere?
Fluixet, però llavors avui en el to i ja està.
What would you like to do, Luis? We could try this later.
Una mica més dur.
Again, Robert?
Yes, is it better now?
Yes. Now it's working.
Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, so thank you, Luis, for this invitation to say a few words. As the chair of CRM's Scientific Advisory Board, it's a pleasure to congratulate CRM and its partners on the award of this María de Maeztu grant. As Luis has said, the goal is to enhance mathematical research in Catalonia by strengthening interactions between CRM and its partner institutions and deepening its role in the Spanish and the international scenes. Along with others from the Scientific Advisory Board, I've been privileged to serve on one of the appointment panels for the postdoctoral positions funded by this grant, and I look forward to seeing great things come out of these appointments. As a visitor to CRM since 1987, I can testify to the value of its visitor programs. I wish CRM and mathematics in Catalonia continuing success. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for nice words. Next, I give the word to Dr. Domènec Espriu, Director of the Spanish funding agency.
Thank you, Luis, and thanks to all of you for being here. Consellera, Rector, and Director. So thanks also to you for the opportunity of joining you in on this occasion. As you probably know, I took office very recently as Director of the State Research Agency. So this is my first event of this type, this first kickoff meeting of Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu, and it's I find it very pleasant. I'm very happy to be here because probably several of you know that in my previous life as Vice Rector of the University of Barcelona, I spent several hours, I wouldn't say many, but several hours with Luis and with the Rector discussing and thinking how we could enhance mathematical research in Catalonia, how we could bring together the efforts of all the universities, all the different groups that are working on this subject here in our country, and how we could prepare a successful application for the Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu grant. So that, of course, doubles the pleasure of being here with you today. I think it's a great day for mathematics. It's a great day for science in Catalonia, and I can only be happy about that. Let me say a few words about the Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu program, because it's been a successful program, highly competitive. At present, we have 50 centers, including both María de Maeztu and Severo, Ochoa, of which 21 are in Catalonia alone. So that, I think, means something, and it's telling something about the quality of the research that is being done here. But not only that, it also tells something about the ability from the different components of a highly competitive system, because in Catalonia we have many universities, in particular many public universities. They cooperate, but they also compete. And one has to be able to draw a line where you have to find a way of getting together within this, let's say, healthy competition for resources, but one has to find the line, the right path to join efforts, to put together, to act together all this potential of research. And with that, and I think it has because of that now we can say that we can proudly exhibit these 21 research centers that have been awarded this distinction out of 50, which is a very high percentage. So what is in the future? Well, this program will continue for sure. Now it's facing several challenges. One of them is, of course, that the mass of the system is, thankfully is growing. So there are more and more research centers in Catalonia, but also in the rest of Spain that can compete successfully. So the competition is tight. So Luis, be careful. Next time, don't take anything for granted. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take all the effort that you can get together, and even more to get a renewal of this. Keep that in mind. There have been some rumors, I know, that if the program is going to be changed or not, or whatever, the idea is to continue. We will try to get more resources if that is possible. And it is true that in a way, if this program is designed to reward and distinguish excellence, I think it would be fair that all the groups, all the research centers in Spain that are excellent, and of course the problem is how you define excellence, should have some sort of recognition. Of course, we are facing here a financial problem that maybe you can have the recognition, but maybe there is not enough money to substantiate that recognition in a substantial grant. Okay. But that is something that we should try to explore. We should try to find a consensus in the research community, which would be the best way of pursuing with this successful program. And having the recognition is not trivial, even if you don't have all the economical support that you would like to, because there are many institutions that are happy to support centers that have this distinction, and that is something that we should keep in mind. And there could be other ways also from the projects and the grants that we in the State Research Agency are awarding that could take this fact into account, those circumstances into account. So I guess that in the future the Severo Ochoa María de Maeztu program will grow in number. I mean, that's something that we are exploring. The idea being that we want to give this seal of distinction to all the centers that are really excellent, and we will award financial support as much as we can. Of course, that depends always on the support that we have. But the idea is to continue with this program, to try to expand it as much as resources allow us, and at the same time, and now I'm taking advantage that the Honorable Consellera is listening to me, to ask for some support from the Catalan government to this program, particularly for the María de Maeztu units that are often attached or associated to universities, to public universities. The rector knows, the sitting next to me knows very well how tight is the financial situation of the universities, and I think it would be very welcome, some sort of collaboration from the Catalan government in helping, as I said, particularly María de Maeztu units, where many of them are associated to public universities. I know that money is always a problem. I just talk about that, but I think it's well spent money. I wouldn't say it's well spent; it's well invested money for science. Well, I don't have much more to say. I would like to thank you, Luis, for having been able to arrange all this accumulation of mathematical talent, and this accumulation of mathematical talent at the end it has paid, and now we can celebrate this grant. Fantastic. So congratulations. And let's hope that in 4 years we can have another meeting like this and go forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Domènec, for your highly informative speech, and also for your advice. Nothing is taken for granted here. We will go on. So next we are going to the rector of Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, Xavier Lafuente, who will address us some words also.
Consellera de Recerca i Universitats, director de l'Agència Estatal, director del CRM, rector de la UPF, perdó, de l'UPC. Who knows what I'm talking about? Okay, autoritats. I don't want to say the name of everyone, but it's a pleasure to be here. As Priu said a few minutes ago, this was a long trip. We start with Luis and Priu and more people, I think 4 or 5 years ago, trying to solve some problems in order to go to this position that we are now. But now I go to the formal words. As rector of the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, I would like to reiterate my congratulations to the Centre de Recerca Matemàtica for having obtained the María de Maeztu Unit of Excellence accreditation in the 2020 call for submissions. The recognition of quality only goes to reinforce the importance and scientific impact of the CRM, having achieved the same in 2015 through the Barcelona Graduate School of Mathematics. The Centre de Recerca Matemàtica is an institution with a broad and highly recognized scientific baggage and significant international projection. Over the year, the activity of the CRM has had a great impact on the mathematics community in Catalonia and has been a key element in driving initiatives for collaboration with the different research groups in the mathematics departments of Catalan universities. The María de Maeztu accreditation aims to offer recognition to highly competitive research centers and units that demonstrate scientific leadership and collaborate actively with their environments. It is evident that CRM is deserving of this award. At the UAB, we are very aware of the importance of being able to count on highly prestigious research centers and institutes in strategic areas on our campus. These centers have shown a firm commitment to excel and to attract research talent. The Centre de Recerca Matemàtica is a clear example within the process initiative by the UAB in the 1980s. To create, I need to think in the impulsor of this center that is here in the public. To create its own research center and consortia with other body and institutions, and to attract benchmark center of our campus. This process was pioneer in constituting an unique campus characterized by teaching that is closely tied to research activity and by particularly recognizing strength in postgraduate study. At the same time, it facilitates the ability to offer initiative, innovative and in many cases pioneer teaching. This is not due that the university campus has become the main asset of the UAB. In that, it is an ideal setting for the creation and transmission of knowledge and the capture of talent. It is an ecosystem that promotes excellence and competitive quality research at the international level. The success of the research centers at the UAB in calls for submission to Severo, Ochoa and María de Maeztu programs of excellence is a clear example. On the UAB campus, we have, I thought, 10 of the 65 centers of excellence in Spain and that received the awards of excellence. This demonstrates that, as the director said before, that 21 are in Catalonia, we have 10 in the campus that must collaborate and try to impulse this excellence and this way to attract talent. Similarly, the impact of UAB Research Group and other centers and institutes on the campus has been decisive in the attractive a growing number of European resources and strengthened the internationalization of the research. Having a university campus, in this case of a generalist university like the UAB, has another great advantage. It facilitates dialogue among the different scientific disciplines and can strengthen cooperation among researchers and research groups. Constant contact between scientific fields promote the emergence of multidisciplinary and cross-cutting focuses, which allow a better approach to the complexities of the phenomena under study. I strongly believe that this approach is vital for response to the great social challenges we face, and in that respect, the contribution of the CRM is essential and enormously enriching. Today is a very important day for the CRM and also for our university and for the other two universities that is not in this moment but will be in a few weeks. Recognition of a unit of excellence will allow you to advantage your strategic planning and in the coming years. And this strategic will we consolidate the CRM among the center of reference in mathematical research. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Xavier, because the strong complicity that always there has been between CRM and UAB which has helped us a lot. And I think it has given a lot of fruits, and they will give even more.
Thank you very much.
With pleasure. So next I'm giving the word to la molt honorable consellera, senyora Gemma Geis, to address us some words.
Bon dia. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all researchers. Firstly, I want to say good morning the director Lluís Alceda, director del ICREA, the Dr. Robert McKay, the Dr. Domènec Espriu, director de l'Agència Estatal d'Investigació, el magnífic rector Lafuente, i all researchers are you here. Firstly, I want to congratulate the Centre de Recerca Matemàtica for being aware of María de Maeztu Distinction of Excellence again. Everyone who works in research at universities knows that means your work provides funding for the strategic research plan you are proposed, aimed at consolidating the scientific capabilities and enhancing ability to attract talent over next 4 years. I think that you are the best examples of I never tired of explaining. We have a research ecosystem that is a source of pride. We know that the research that is being done in this country has an impact all over the world. Before you say that today is a good, is not a different happy day, is a day of work. I am sure that the first all the day you have a good work, a good researchers, a good positions. I permeteu dir unes breus paraules perquè crec que anem una mica tard. Gràcies també al Centre de Recerca Matemàtica. Crec que tant la llei de la ciència que està al Parlament com aquest increment de pressupost ha d'ajudar també el Centre de Recerca Matemàtica a aconseguir aquest bon posicionament. I per tant us desitjo un molt bon dia de feina, com deia, un dia de feina en aquestes jornades. I celebrate that the words about Domènec Espriu. I share the opinion of view that we have to collaborate with all complicity. Thank you for all. And have you a good day of work.
Thank you for your words also, honorable consellera. It's a great pleasure to have listened to you accompanying us and the complicity that we have at all levels in this new period. So I give this part of the event, today's event, for closed. Now we will remove table, and the next word will be by Tomás Alarcón, who will be introducing Helen Byrne and for the talk. Thank you very much to everybody, and let's continue.
Do I need this? Do I need to put the mask? Otherwise, this is like okay. Hello. So, thank you.
I don't have a pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Byrne. No, és que això només és per la gravació. Pleasure to introduce Professor Helen Byrne, professor of mathematics at the Mathematical Institute in Oxford, and well, she's one of the top experts in mathematical biology, particularly regarding topics in growth. And
is this switched on now?
Her research has been characterized not only by the use of advanced techniques, but also by the interaction with the experimentalist and late by the integration of data in mechanistic models. And I think she's going to tell us a little bit about some recent work on topological data analysis and how that can help to model angiogenesis. So, so we are very lucky to have her here. This is this model is something that Luis mentioned in his introduction. This sort of interdisciplinary research is something that we are very keen to do in this project. So again, we are very lucky to have her. And the other thing that I would like to say, and then I'll shut up and I let talk, is that as many of you know, she's been a member of the scientific committee of CRM for quite some time.
A long time.
Yes, and during this time, she's been very, very helpful to us. So I think this is a good day to acknowledge. Okay,
Thank
so,
you. Thank you, Thomas, for your very kind words. And just let me start by saying what an absolute privilege it is to be here today. Yes, I know it's a working day, but I think at the same time we can still be pleased with the progress, with the achievement of being successful with this María de Maeztu award. I think it is a fantastic achievement, and I am really delighted to see well, I look forward to seeing the benefits that it brings to CRM. I think over the years, as I have seen the centre grow, and this just, I think, reinforces what a great place this is and how dynamic. And as I said, I very much look forward to hearing talks and learning more about the research of the people who are appointed. I think it's a tremendous achievement, and I'm really delighted to be here to share this special day with you today. So I'm going to talk to you about, I guess, 3 different projects, time permitting. I will ask Thomas when we get there, sense check whether we should continue or cut short. And I've chosen these 3 different projects really to illustrate how different parts of maths can be applied in, I guess, in my case, in biology, and just to show you the breadth of applications and how interdisciplinarity can really help, both in terms of raising the impact of the maths that we do, but it's a two-way process. It can also stimulate, I think, the applications themselves can often require new mathematics or extending existing theories. What I'm going to talk about, the title is Looking at the Form and Function of Vascular Tumours. And I guess to start off with just a very short little bit of biology, nothing too technical, I hope. So tumours are abnormal in very many different ways. One of the ways in which they're abnormal is the blood vessels that bring oxygen and nutrients and possibly drugs and certain types of treatments to the tumour cells themselves. Normal blood vessels they deliver oxygen well. They form nice regular networks. By contrast, in a tumour, everything happens a little bit chaotically, if you like. The vessels themselves form very quickly. They are immature. They may have holes. And the actual architecture of the networks that are formed can be quite irregular. So some of the things that we're interested in is trying to characterize the structure of the abnormal vessels, try to understand what's the impact of that abnormal vascular network in terms of its function being the way in which it delivers blood flow to tumor tissues, and also the impact that the way in which the oxygen and nutrients are delivered, how that impacts the way in which the cells respond, in particular their ability to remain alive, their ability to proliferate and to grow the tumor. So just as sort of one of the key features of tumours that's related to this abnormal vessel architecture is, so as I'm sure you all know, so the blood vessels deliver oxygen. Because of this irregular vessel architecture, what we find is in many tumour regions, there's not enough oxygen being supplied to the tumour cells. And this gives rise to what's known as hypoxia, low oxygen. Why is that important? Because cells, it will alter the way in which the cells will go through their cell cycle, the rate at which they divide. It also affects whether or not we can deliver chemotherapy or the sensitivity to radiotherapy. Sensitivity to radiotherapy reduces in low oxygen regions. Furthermore, cells that divide in low oxygen regions tend to be, again, it's an abnormal region. The cell cycle machinery, it's slightly abnormal as well. They make mistakes, and that can select for cells that are more aggressive, that will go and spread to other parts of the body and set up secondary tumours or metastases. So the long story there, or cutting it short, hypoxia is bad, right? For a number of reasons. Now, what sort of hypoxia do we see in tumours? And I guess until fairly recently, the dogma would be that we see what we might call chronic hypoxia. So I'm a bit nervous. I'm not very good with laser pointers or anything when I'm giving a talk, but oh no, fortunately, just don't think it's got one, so that's quite good. My technical brain just switches off when I'm giving a talk, I have to say. Anyway, So hypoxia comes, crudely speaking, in two different varieties. We have what's called chronic hypoxia, which is, you can think of as fairly sustained low levels of oxygen. And that might be if you're at distance from a blood vessel, there's not enough being supplied. But another type of hypoxia that we also observe is what's called cycling hypoxia, where we see fluctuations in oxygen levels. That is likely more associated with the way that the blood is flowing through these abnormal vessel networks of blood vessels. So some of the questions that we want to answer, that we're going to try and address today, is what mechanisms drive chronic and cycling hypoxia? And then how does cycling hypoxia affect the behavior of the cells that are being supplied by these blood vessels? So, and the talk splits into three different sections. In the first part, we're going to look at trying to characterize the structure of vascular networks. This is the bit using topological data analysis. And then we'll move on to trying to understand how the structure of a vascular network, just looking at very small motifs, how that can give rise to, say, multiple flow solutions, and in particular, how it might give rise to oscillatory flow solutions, such as we might associate with cycling hypoxia. And then in the final part of the talk, time and your patience permitting, I'll look at how, in particular, cycling hypoxia, how that affects the way in which cells divide and proliferate, and what's the impact. Okay, so characterizing vascular networks. So there's been a lot of work devoted to trying to characterize vascular networks, and much of that work uses, I guess, statistical metrics. For example, how long are the different blood vessels, how many branch points, how tortuous are those vessel networks, and those have, and also things like, say, a fractal dimension. And these have all provided insight. But if you think about it, one thing that they do is they're very much focused on a single spatial scale. And they don't really tell us anything very much about the connectivity or the topology of the network. So I guess that what we want to do is try and see if we can use topological data analysis to give us a more detailed sort of fingerprint or signature of the multiscale structure of a vascular tumor network. So I guess just as a very quick crash course in what's topological data analysis, I guess what it is, it's looking at the structure of data. And that could come from a whole host of different applications. It could be spatially embedded, also lots of applications now looking at high dimensional data, maybe single cell RNA-seq. Also, I guess, looking any type of data that point data that you might want to consider. Again, this is just examples showing we can see shapes. Our eyes are very, very good at seeing circles in all of these different images, but how can we actually quantify the circle? So our eye fills in the dots when we look at Stonehenge. You can see that there is something approaching a loop, but how can we formalize and automate the characterization of the shapes that we might see in data? And I guess if you want to start looking at higher dimensional data, we want to be able to do this where our eyes may, my eyes in particular, may fail us. So topological data analysis is one way in which we can do this. And this is just a very quick sort of starter example. So again, we can see here, we've got some points which have been sampled, roughly speaking, from a loop. The idea that we're going to think about is put a circle of radius epsilon around each of those points, gradually inflate the radius of those circles, and eventually the dots will join up. So here we can see that the dots have joined up. Now, on the right-hand side, what I'm doing is each of those horizontal bars on the top is telling me how many connected components I have. Initially, when the radius epsilon is very small, each point is a separate individual connected component. As the balls increase in size, then you can see that certain points fuse together because their circles overlap. So we kill off one connected component and continue with the other connected components. So you can see how as epsilon is increasing, the number of bars reduces where two connecting components fuse together. Okay, As we continue inflating our circles, then what we can also see, we lose more of the bars, but we can start to see higher order features appearing. And in particular, I've highlighted here where we have 3 points that are each pairwise connected, but when we look at the overlapping discs, at the center there's a void, so there's a hole. So what we can also detect when we have a 2D point cloud like this, we can identify other features, loops in particular. So the bottom panel on the right hand side is going to keep track of how many loops we see in the data as we continue to kind of increase the size of our discs. And then eventually we can start to see the prominent feature, the circle at the center that we can see very nicely with our eyes. And we keep, so you can see that's the longer bar in the bottom panel of loops. And as we keep going, that bar persists. It's a significant feature in the data. So taken together, these barcodes, which summarize for a given spatial scale size of our disk, they give us a multi-scale summary of this point cloud in terms of numbers of connected components at different spatial resolutions, and also higher order features. And in particular for a 2D point cloud, that's things like loops. And as we keep going, eventually the point cloud is completely covered, and then we have our final, I guess, readout, multi-scale summary of the data, if you like. And you can see that the length of the bars in our barcodes is giving us an idea of how persistent or how long-lived each of these different features are. Okay. And so, yes, this is really a branch of topological data analysis, which is known as persistent homology. So that's sort of TDA 101. Now let's think about how we're going to apply it to our vascular tumor networks. So let me just tell you very briefly about the data that we're analyzing here. So we have 3D networks, 3D vessel networks, 2 types, doesn't really matter, but basically they give us either a very detailed 3D slices taken from a tumor that's been removed. So that's our ultramicroscopy. And then we have intravital data, which comes from live imaging, and where we can go and image. The advantage of that is we can image the same tumor over different days in the same sort of animal. So that shows us how the vasculature, the blood vessel network, is changing over time. And then we can kind of treat our tumors with different agents and see how the vascular network responds to those changes. We can try and quantify those changes. So this is to give you an example of the data, and it's quite big and it's quite complex. So the way in which we've analysed this is a slightly different filtration than the one I described for you, but the principles are very much the same. So what we do is we take this 3D vascular network and we actually subsample it. So we create a 3D point cloud by sampling points on the vascular network. Then what we do is we put a circle, if you like, at the center of mass of the network, and we gradually inflate it. So, and as we inflate that network, we look to see how many points from our subsampled network are inside our ball, yeah, we look at how many are inside, and we look at how many of connected components, etc., we have. And so because this is now in 3D, in addition to keeping track of connected components and loops, we can also keep track of 3D, if you like, loops, voids. So we get a more detailed picture of the structure of the network. And so we can generate barcodes summarizing connected components, loops and voids, and those will give us insight into aspects. So for example, short connected components are giving us a measure of how tortuous, if you imagine wiggly vessels as you're inflating your ball, that will be lots of short components, and we can start to see other features such as I mentioned, loops and voids. And so we do all of this, and it's quite computationally intensive. And these are some of the sort of very crude results that we can generate. So what this is doing is just looking at comparing a control untreated tumour with a tumour that's been treated with a drug that targets blood vessels and kills them off. And so what you can see, so the blue boxes compared with the orange ones, so what our analysis is doing is it's predicting or confirming the known mechanisms of action of this vascular targeting agent. In particular, we see that over time, as this treatment kicks in and kills off some of these new blood vessels, we see a reduction in the number of loops, and we see an increase in the number of voids in this vascular network. So what this is just illustrating very nicely is that these sorts of techniques can indeed confirm or the anticipated mechanisms of action of particular types of treatments. The next example, which is pretty much the same idea, but here what we're looking at is the tumours that have been irradiated either as one single large dose on day one, or I think it's 3 or 4 different doses, fractionated radiotherapy. And it wasn't known. We anticipate that radiotherapy, which kills off proliferating cells, is likely going to have an impact on the vasculature, but until we had this data, it wasn't really possible to quantify that. And so what we've been able to do here is to see real differences in the vessel architecture using our topological data analysis. So again, what we can see, again, I think the details are less important, but we can see differences in how the tumor responds to either a single large dose of radiotherapy, where at small times we see an immediate response, a reduction in the number of loops, but then that stimulates angiogenesis, and then we'll see very rapid vessel growth and an increase in the number of loops over time. Additionally, we also have spatial resolution. So the panel on the right-hand side is just giving you an idea. If we look at different annuli centered around the tumor center, then we can see how the numbers of loops, etc., change in each of these different annuli. And also, as you move around the pie, it's showing how the numbers of loops change on different days post different types of treatments. So really, you can really start to get some quite detailed insights into how these different treatments are affecting the vasculature when we hit a tumor with radiotherapy, and in particular where we're seeing a strong angiogenic response to that treatment. So that really was just by way of an example of showing how we can take techniques from sort of more pure elements of maths and really start to apply them in quite practical ways and generate quite informative insight. In the next part of the talk, I want to then think about how the structure of the vascular network, how that impacts its function. Now, ultimately, obviously, we'd like to be able to simulate blood flow through those very large 3D networks, but you can do that, but with very, very simple models of blood flow. What I'm going to do here is, I guess, really simplify down to arguably the simplest non-trivial motif for studying blood flow. But I think it makes some nice points. Sorry, I should say this is work by Yaron Ben-Ami, who's a postdoc in the maths department. So let me just try and explain the principle here. So we have what I call a triangle network. So we have 2 inlets and a single outlet. And if you forget about the connecting vessel there, you can think of, you would have 2 streams of flow and they converge at a point. So in a sense, this vertical connecting vessel is redundant. You could still have effective flow if it wasn't there. And it turns out that what we call a redundant vessel is key in this motif to generating multiple steady states. And as you can imagine, the multiple steady states that you might get is a trivial solution, no flow, or flow from top to bottom, bottom to top. So, and I think that that's fairly obvious or fairly clear. Question is, what about the stability of those steady state solutions? And furthermore, can we actually generate, does this motif generate oscillatory solutions? Those sort of mimicking or being sort of suggestive of cycling hypoxia that we saw in some of the experimental images at the beginning of the talk. So now the equations to model blood flow are quite complicated and messy. I've spared you the details, but crudely speaking, let me just summarize. So really what we're doing here is thinking of the blood as a two-phase mixture of fluid and fluid or plasma and red blood cells or hematocrit. And what we do is we solve for the pressure at nodal points and the flow and hematocrit along different branches, vessels of this network. It's a very highly nonlinear system of equations. Nonlinearities arise because the viscosity of the blood depends on the hematocrit in a not very nice way. And so we have a system of coupled nonlinear equations, if we think of steady flow, that dictate the pressure at the node points and the flow and hematocrit at different branches through this network. In what I'm going to describe here, we can think of applying, we apply inlet hematocrits, which drive the red blood cells through the network. We prescribe inlet and outlet pressures, which drive the flow through the network. We apply mass conservation at nodal points. And in what follows, I'm going to focus on two key parameters. And in particular, varying the hematocrit, the amount of red blood cells that are being supplied into this network. And so in a sense, that will tell me something about the non-linearity of the system. But I'm also going to vary the degree of asymmetry in the network. So if you look now, you can see that the vessels on the top have got diameter alpha times d. So I'm going to vary this parameter alpha, which will give you an idea of the asymmetry of the upper branch, the upper two vessels and the lower one. So if alpha is less than 1, then those upper branches are smaller diameter. They're going to offer greater resistance to flow. And we'll see that varying alpha and H naught, the inlet hematocrit, how does that affect the multiplicity and the stability of the solutions that the network can generate? Before I do that, just in terms of understanding the flow, if you think about it, we can have, when we try and solve for the hematocrit, and in particular, if we're going to look at non-steady flows, which would be oscillatory flows, then we need to kind of have dynamic equations. So the hematocrit distribution or flow through a particular vessel satisfies a hyperbolic equation where the flow is driven, where the hematocrit is driven by a flow Q and it's inversely proportional to its diameter. So that describes how hematocrit propagates through a vessel. And then when we come to a bifurcation point, then we can use mass conservation to relate the incoming hematocrit. So on the right-hand side, you can see a converging bifurcation. So hematocrit is coming from two vessels and it meets. And then we just say mass conservation tells us what the outlet hematocrit will be. Now, what happens if we have a diverging bifurcation as shown in the bottom panel? Again, we can apply mass conservation, but that will only give us one piece of information. So we need an additional equation in order to fully specify the problem. And so what we do here is we impose a hematocrit splitting rule, which provides the extra piece of information so that we can determine both of the outlet hematocrits at this diverging bifurcation. And I guess this rule is tied up with this function f of n, which is a function of the ratio of the flows in one outlet vessel to that from the parent vessel. And we also implicitly impose mass conservation of hematocrit, so that we have mass conservation as well by judicious choice of this hematocrit splitting function. The details don't really matter. So just let me now tell you about this hematocrit splitting function. So again, this is unpleasant and nonlinear. Oh, is everything okay? Yeah. Okay. So it's a messy function which depends on a number of the hematocrit, and I guess just schematically what you can see, the take-home message here is if the hematocrit in a vessel parent if the flow in a vessel is too low, then no hematocrit will flow through that vessel, and then there's a threshold value at which hematocrit will start to flow through that vessel. And that's what this horrible expression down below is showing you. So we already had something which is horribly nonlinear. When we introduce the hematocrit splitting rule, we just make it worse. So it's a mess. Okay, but we can deal with it. And this is really just looking now back at steady state, steady flow. And what we're showing here is a bifurcation diagram for a network where the parameter, the ratio of the diameters on the upper branch of our triangle to the lower branch is 0.45. So the diameter of the upper branch is smaller, more resistant to flow. And what the bifurcation diagram on the right-hand side is showing you how the multiplicity and type of solutions, steady flow solutions that the model exhibits, how that changes as we vary the inlet hematocrit. And what you can see is that for very low values of hematocrit, we just have a trivial solution of no flow. So this is showing you the flow through the redundant vessel, that vertical connector between the two branches. So until we increase the hematocrit sufficiently, we have no flow through that redundant vessel. And then we have a couple of bifurcations happening in very rapid succession. The inset gives you, I think, a little bit more detail. We have a saddle node and a transcritical bifurcation, so that when we have a large enough hematocrit to support flow through the redundant vessel, we see, as we might expect, we have three steady state solutions. The stable solutions are the solutions with flow either top to bottom or bottom to top. And the trivial solution with no flow is unstable. Okay. And so there's a question here when what happens if we perturb the trivial solution? Can we prove that it is indeed unstable, and where does it go to? I guess based on this bifurcation diagram, you would anticipate that when we perturb it, it will either go to the upper or the lower branch. But we're sort of sitting in this sort of, because of the discontinuity in our hematocrit splitting rule, there's a whole range of values of flow for which the hematocrit is 0. So it's not totally obvious as to what will happen. And indeed, this is what we see. So if we perturb about the trivial state, we either evolve to a steady flow, which is shown in the upper panels, which I guess is recovering the stable upper branch, or we also see oscillatory solutions. Okay. So how does this arise? And we can do a linear stability analysis about that solution with 0 flow through that redundant vessel. And if we do that analysis, and I spare you the details, it's possible to show that you can't get a Hopf bifurcation. So where do these oscillatory solutions come from is the question. So this diagram on the right hand side just shows you the sort of partitioning curve in alpha H0 space, alpha the ratio of the diameters on the upper branch to the lower branch of my network, and also bearing the hematocrit. And so this is the curve on which, if I do my linear stability analysis, this is a neutral curve on which omega or lambda, my eigenvalue, is identically equal to 0. So then that begs the question, where did these oscillations go, or did you get your numerics wrong? And it turns out that the trivial solution does indeed tend to one of the non-trivial states, but that steady state, the lower branch, actually undergoes a Hopf bifurcation. Again, in the interest of time, I don't want to go too much into the details, but what we can show on the plot on the right-hand side here is really just giving you a more detailed picture of where these oscillatory solutions arise. And so we're varying alpha, which is the degree of asymmetry in the network geometry, and also the inlet hematocrit on the right, on the y-axis. And if you draw a vertical line around alpha equals 1, which is where the network is totally symmetric, what you will see is there are no oscillatory solutions. So we need to have a certain degree of asymmetry in the network in order to generate a oscillatory solutions. And the contours in depicting the regions of in which oscillatory solutions exist show you how, as the degree of asymmetry increases, how the I think this is the period of the oscillations, how those change. And you can go through and you can do analysis to kind of understand how this these oscillatory solutions change. I'll try and explain how they arise in a moment on the next slide. So here's just a couple of simulations to show you how the degree of asymmetry in the network impacts the nature of these oscillatory solutions. So when alpha is a half, small, then we see more pronounced oscillations because there's a higher degree of asymmetry in the network. When alpha is equal to 0.9, we're closer to symmetry. We can see that the oscillations are more damped, smaller amplitude. And I think also possibly, I can't quite tell if the frequency, maybe it's a little bit slower as well. I can't tell from here. Yeah, I think that's probably enough to say about that. So I guess what we've shown, it's a very, very simple motif, but what we can see is by doing some sort of analysis of that network, looking at existence of steady solutions, stability, and then because of the nature of the non-smooth hematocrit splitting rule, we can see that the system can indeed give rise to oscillatory solutions in certain regions of parameter space. Now, obviously, that's only a very, very small network, which is next to nothing compared with the 3D networks we were analysing with TDA. So what are the next steps with this work? Obviously, we want to start to look at larger networks, and one idea is trying to piece together smaller motifs. And this is just an example of where we've taken, I guess, we've switched that triangle motif the other way around and looked at how, when we stack combinations of this motif together, how we can see that the dynamics is becoming more irregular, and you're getting, I guess, sort of more irregular blood flow through different parts of the network. So we're at the moment trying to scale this up and looking at larger networks and trying to characterize the sort of conditions under which what sort of networks are going to give rise to oscillatory dynamics and which ones are not. But that's ongoing work at the moment. So now this is when I do my time check. How are we doing? Okay, right. Are we okay to keep going? You're very polite. Thank you. I would have, that's why we've got these things at the top, because okay, so final part of what I wanted to tell you about today is really trying to take, understand what impact does the way in which oxygen is being delivered to tumour cells, how does it affect their ability to proliferate, to go through their cell cycle? And I guess you can think of this as we're starting now to try and think about how the function and form of the vascular network impacts the tissues and the cells that it perfuses. And this work is also very much driven by experimental work performed by collaborators in Oxford. So the idea here is they have a hypoxic chamber where you can culture cells in a dish and you can control the environment that they experience. And in particular, you can culture them either in a continuous concentration of oxygen, maybe normal oxygen, maybe low oxygen, or you can tease them and give them high oxygen one moment, low oxygen the next moment, to try to mimic what might happen in different parts of a tumour. And what they then will do is they will expose the cells to a particular set of oxygen conditions, and then at the end of the experiment, they will harvest those cells, put them through a fancy machine, and tell you where each of the cells is in terms of its cell cycle. So the readout at the end is basically telling you what proportion of cells are in one phase of the cell cycle, what proportion are in another, etc., etc. And so they will do this in a whole range of different conditions, and this is the sort of data that we get. And I guess, so the first sort of bar chart is showing you what happens under sort of constant, steady, normal levels of oxygen. The second set is showing you what happens under low oxygen. And then the final one, obviously, is when we sort of cycle our oxygen levels. And I guess the take-home message, without dwelling on it too much, is it matters. It makes a difference. So what we wanted to try and do is see if we can try and explain these differences in the distributions of cells around the cell cycle. And I guess that's important in order to think about responses to treatment. Now, a lot of people have written down models of the cell cycle, and really it is just like a clock. So cells, they will start their cell cycle, and then they will make various checks. Then they will start to synthesize new DNA during S phase. Then they will check everything's okay, and then they will, crudely speaking, divide into two daughter cells. So you can break it very crudely into such a cake, if you like. Most of the time, and what we're going to be particularly interested in, is the period during which the cell is synthesizing new DNA. And so a crude way to decompose the cell cycle is to think of having, say, 3 compartments. So one for gap 1, when I'm just while I'm checking everything is okay. Then I have a longer period, or S phase, when I synthesize my new DNA. And I keep track of, I have a population which is structured by DNA. So X goes from 1 to 2 while I'm copying my DNA. And then when I come out of the S phase, then I go into this G2 phase where I check everything's okay. And then at the end of that, I divide and produce my 2 daughter cells. Okay. And so we can build models. Lots of people have done that. Really, that S phase just introduces effectively a time delay between exiting G1 and entering G2. So you can analyze these models. They're quite nice, rich mathematically. But if we use this model, apply it to the data, it doesn't work. It doesn't fit all of those different conditions. Why? Why? Because these models are based on assuming that the cells are cultured under static oxygen conditions, and they don't really account for the effect that changing oxygen levels has on what damage or what impact that has on cells at different phases of the cell cycle. So the cells will be differently sensitive depending on where they are in their cell cycle. So what we've done here, it looks worse than it is just taken that basic model and put a few more boxes onto it to try to take account of what we think the impact of being under low oxygen might have on the way that the cells are behaving. And in particular, the sort of two features that we might draw your attention to are, I guess, first of all, if I'm going through producing, replicating new DNA, and I'm exposed to a stressful environment, such as low oxygen, then that will cause damage to the cells. And so what we say, we introduce a compartment D2, which says that when cells, if they've been exposed to too much damage during their S phase, then they will kind of move into this cell, this compartment, rather than continuing through the cell cycle. And we have two other compartments which reflect cells experiencing damage due to low oxygen, but the damage isn't so bad. They just sit there for a while, they repair that damage, and then they go back into the cell cycle. And we have two sort of, if you like, transient cell cycle arrest due to low oxygen while they just sort of sort themselves out. They're not too badly damaged that they exit the cell cycle altogether. And so if we add these extra sort of features to our model and simulate the different conditions, then I'll show you some results in a minute. But I guess you could say we put a lot of extra biology into the basic cell cycle model. And a natural question to ask is, how much of that do you actually need to reproduce the experimental data that you see? And so what we actually do here is some model selection or comparison. And so we take, if you like, a hierarchy of models where we switch various different components on or off, and we're going to see how well each of these performs when we compare it with our experimental data. Okay, and again, the details don't really matter. The principle is, I think, what's important here. And if we do this, then we can fit the models to the data. And what we find, surprisingly enough, is it's not the most complicated model. It's the intermediate model M1 that fits best to the data. This model, you can see, so we have this pause state C1 and we have a damage state D2, but we don't have a second damage state coming out in the G2 phase. And this model seems to perform best compared to its more complex sort of parent model M0 and two simpler submodels M2 and M3, and that's across a variety of different sort of metrics which are indicated below for you. And now, I mean, I must say I was really surprised that this model would actually fit the data. So this is just showing you the experimental data that we had from exposing the cells to continuous low oxygen and or to cycling hypoxia. I agree we haven't got a lot of data, but this was actually quite a lot for them to collect. And I hope you will also agree that it doesn't do too bad of a job. So you can see the solid lines is the mean, and we've got the confidence intervals around the edges. And I should say this is work that's been done by a PhD student, Julia Calora, in collaboration with our experimentalists. And so we started off with a cell cycle model. We embellished it in a number of different ways. We then use model selection to kind of reduce it back to the simplest model that's consistent with the data. So that's all great, and it confirms, in a sense, what they see, but can we actually now use the model to make any predictions? And so what we've done here is start to try and simulate experimental conditions that they haven't tried yet. And now let me just try and remember what we're doing here. So this is just a comparison where in the top well, I guess we're just trying sort of different protocols. So we either have a long period of low oxygen and then we activate again. And so C1 is showing the proportion of cells that are arrested, they've come out of the cell cycle, D is the number of damaged, etc., N is the total number. So the prediction on the top is that during low oxygen, the cells aren't very happy, they come out of the cycle and they accumulate in C1. We open the oxygen and then they leave C1. But what you can see is there's a sort of legacy and we have a large number of damaged cells. The response under cycling hypoxia is, however, quite different. And what you can see here is during low oxygen, we've got much smaller numbers of paused cells, but and then at the end of the experiment, when they've been exposed to normal oxygen, you can see that the response to cycling hypoxia and sustained chronic hypoxia is different. We have a larger number of damaged cells in our following exposure to cycling hypoxia. And why might that be bad? Because these damaged cells, if they replicate, are likely to have to be a greater source of genetic instability, which would select for more aggressive cells that would sort of be, I guess, more invasive, less resistant, less sensitive to treatment. So this just illustrates how we can take a model, fit it to data, and then use that as a way of trying to generate testable predictions. And I should say this is sort of some of the work that's ongoing now in the lab to test these model predictions. So yeah, I think this is kind of what I'd said. So ongoing work is taking this model, also looking at how the impact of exposing cells to cycling hypoxia, how that affects their response to radiotherapy. And I guess ultimately what we want to be able to do is link, quantify, let me just read what I've written. Yeah, I guess what I've already shown you, I guess, in the earlier parts of the talk is just using very simple motifs to characterize the sort of cycling hypoxia that might be sort of experienced in vivo. And then we can use these sorts of models to try and predict what would be the impact of those sorts of cycles on the proliferation of our, or the growth dynamics of our tumor cells. Okay, so I think that's probably enough from me for one day. Just to summarize, what I've tried to do today is go through 3 different sort of problems which are all focused around the impact of abnormal vasculature, how that characterizing and quantifying the shape of those vascular networks using topological data analysis, then using sort of very simple abstracted motifs to try and understand how the mechanisms by which we might see multiple possible flow solutions through tumor networks, linking the form and function. And then finally, at the end, looking at what might be the impact of different oxygen environments on the cell cycle dynamics of tumor cells. So just finally, then let me acknowledge the people who did the work. So Bernadette did the topological data analysis, postdoc in the group, and I already mentioned Yaron and Julia, and if you're interested, references are there. And thank you for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
So thank you for your talk. It's really amazing, interesting your work. Thank you for showing us. So it's only for curiosity. In the second part, sorry, in the second part. So when you put the hyperbolic equation for the
Hematocrit, yeah.
Okay. So Q2
So the
Q was the flow, yes.
Q is the flow, and is some, let's say, empirical function, or you
No,
compute
no.
those?
So we solve for the flow as well. So it's a fully
Okay.
coupled problem.
Okay.
Yes. So we solve for pressure and flow. I guess I just didn't put up all of the equations because that would have probably taken about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we solve for flow in every vessel as well. I guess the thing to point out there, though, is that we use, it's an average flow.
Okay.
Which is a question.
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing. So really what we should be doing is solving the fully coupled hyperbolic problem for flow and hematocrit. But I guess that's a real pain.
Okay. So.
But that would be lovely.
Okay. And only also for curiosity, what kind of pressure law you are using for this flow model for the vessels?
So we use so the flow. Let me think. So we use Kirchhoff's laws we just calculate the pressure drops. And then the flow is related to the pressure. Is it Poisson? I don't know. Can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's pretty classical stuff.
Okay, so
yes.
So thank you again.
Yeah, yeah. The pressure is proportional to the pressure drop, and you have your viscosity, and it's proportional to whatever d to the 4th over L or something like that, off the top of my head. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, does that make sense?
So it's regarding the cycling hypothesis. Do you have a feeling of what's the time scale of the oscillations that you're inducing, and whether they are sort of comparable with the
so in your
blood flow?
It's a very good question. I know that the cycles that are seen in vivo are on the order of up to minutes. In all honesty, I do not think that our models of blood flow are yet sort of parameterized accurately enough against real vascular networks to be confident in, to be able to relate the two. But that's something that I think we would like to do. And I guess this is part of the reason for trying to go towards validating the predictions of those models and going into microfluidic devices.
That may be a thing, because your critical value for the hematocrit is what, 0.2?
Yes.
That's perhaps too big for microfluidic devices.
Might have to make bigger.
That's a problem.
Yeah. That's a challenge for them.
What Thomas has said, it was about the experiment. So you mentioned you have compared what you did and you have integrated data for 2D, sort of like in vitro experiments. Have you planned or have you considered to work not only with in vivo, which I think it would be probably very difficult with animal models, but with 3D, with organ on a chip or something like that, which could also give you more insight?
Yeah, I think the problem with that work was it would be the difficulty of so yes, there's no reason why we couldn't culture spheroids in those cycling under cycling hypoxia, and yes, indeed you could. I guess the point was with those experiments they've just done them in 2D because I guess that's the simplest thing to do to start off with, because I guess all the cells are experiencing the same environment. If we go into 3D, then we get possibly confounding issues of diffusion. You've got heterogeneity in the oxygen distribution across your 3D aggregate, which might confound things. So you're likely only going to get hypoxia. So if you put them in a hypoxic environment, then you may kill everything off. So there are, I guess, logistic considerations in terms of the viability of the cells. If you start exposing them to cycling hypoxia, from hypoxic to very low oxygen, and keeping it alive for the period that you want to. And so I guess that's why they do this. But I guess as mathematicians, there is no reason why we can't use what we learned there and map it into 3D to make a prediction. But I think the logistics of actually doing that experiment in the lab, you're likely going to just kill the cells off. And I don't know that you would be able to detect what you want to see, because we have discussed that actually with them.
Very nice talk. Thank you very much. In one of these slides, you have mentioned the DIC.
Yes.
This is the deviance information criterion.
Yes.
And then, therefore, I realized that behind there is a statistical or probabilistic model, right? Can you comment this, please?
I guess what we did was we have, sorry, now I'll just have to try and remember everything. So I guess we tried to fit the models to the data, and we just compute these various across different parameter values and find the best fits, and then compute these various quantities for those parameters. And then we can do on, yeah, I can't remember exactly what we did. It's all in the paper. Yeah, but yes, there's a lot more sort of proper parameter estimation and inference that's going on behind here that I haven't really sort of talked to you about. Really, I've just focused on the model, but that was all done quite properly as well. Okay. Sorry, I can't remember everything. Yeah. Let's switch this off.
Tenía esto apagado. Ahora sí que se oye. Hola, buenos días. ¿Ves? Aquí está entrando el nivel de YouTube. ¿Eh? Aquí, este es el... Hostia, esta señal sí que es fuerte esta. No, bueno, demasiado fuerte, pero puedo bajarlo desde aquí, también. Puedo bajarlo un poco. Ahora creo que sí, también. Sí, no, es que depende de la persona. También es verdad que piensa que se lo ponen aquí. No, estoy hablando todo el rato aquí y no, se de aquí. Entonces ahora en teoría está bien. ¿Ves el señal? Mira, está llegando a la mitad. Más o menos la mitad, un poco más de la mitad siempre está bien. ¿Eh? Sí, porque si no soy... A ver, que si oye demasiado ellos mismos lo pueden rebajar. Yo supongo que ahora se está bien. Y ahora si hablo desde este es el otro. No hace falta que lo acerque demasiado, ¿vale? Pero también llego a la mitad, más o menos, o algo así. ¿Se oye? Vale, perfecto. He hablado con los dos, no hay problema. Perfecto. Pues ahora tenemos este por esta parte y este por esta parte. Lo apagamos.
Perdó. Hola. Hola.
Podem fer una cosa, perquè sigui més fàcil. El següent li donem aquest micro. Després passem al següent. Anem al format micro. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. After delightful refreshment, we are going to continue the session. Now we proceed to what internally we call the organizational session, which is the part I was referring this morning as a review of the structure and how to deploy María de Maeztu project. This part will be led by Marcel Guardia, who is the scientific director, and it will have the interventions of all coordinators or members of commissions, of specialized commissions, that internally they are called task forces. So I give the word to Marcel. Thank you very much, and let's proceed.
Okay, hello. So welcome to this afternoon session. As Luis was saying, the goal is to explain the goals of this strategic program, SRP we call it, which has been awarded this María de Maeztu Award of Excellence. So let me start with the overall goals that this SRP has. Luis, should I point there? Or, well, it's no funciona gaire això, eh? Okay, I'm al mouse. Okay, so the overall goals of this plan, Luis has explained this morning that the CRM has been undergoing a deep transformation these last years with this incoming of many members from the university. So now it's time to start working on building a cohesive group here in the CRM. It's a large group. It has a very wide scope in mathematical research, from very theoretical to very applied and very interdisciplinary. So that's, in a sense, the fundamental goal that we have to entail these next 4 years. Also, certainly, we need to create a breeding ground here to train new mathematicians who must be the future of CRM. These 2 points should, say, boost the leadership of Catalan mathematics globally. And also, in these 4 years, we want to keep doing things that the CRM has been doing already, but much stronger with this enlarged community. First, to exchange knowledge with industry, with society and government, and this also fundamentally through this interdisciplinary research that we carry out here in the CRM. To promote the internationalization of the center and to increase the diversity of the CRM, aiming always to closing or shrinking this gender gap, which is so present in general in science and also here in the CRM. So these are the overall goals. They are ambitious, but we have a very good team here, so we are sure that we will succeed. So let me explain, say, the rollout of this plan to attain these goals. To this end, we have created several what we call task forces or committees, which will address different issues in this list. First of all, oops, let me go back to the classical way with the mouse. The first goal is to build this cohesive group. And for this, we will rely on a committee that we have called the Inter-Area Task Force, which is led by Joan Porti, who later will explain the actions that this force has been proposing and designing this first month of the María de Maeztu Award. Its goal is going to be to integrate this very diverse team that we have with very different origins and backgrounds, to put them together so that they collaborate, they interact, and to create synergies between these groups, always aiming at also at, say, one-to-one collaboration between researchers, which at the end is what, say, here does research. So Joan will later explain more concretely which goals this force is proposing for these 4 years. Second, as mentioned, this very wide scope in research, from very, say, pure, if you want, or very theoretical to very applied, and always interdisciplinary with other sciences. And here the CRM has been, say, already and now even more strong in biosciences, in biology, biomedicine, etc., and also in climate and physical changes. To promote this research, which has to be interdisciplinary, we have also proposed another task force, what we call the interdisciplinary task force, and Josep Sardañés, who is one of the members, will explain later which actions they are proposing for these 4 years. Their goals is what I've said, to increase this approach, this interdisciplinary approach in research, say, in two aspects. First, locally inside, to create also more bonds between the more pure math and the more applied one, to increase this interdisciplinary research, but also outside with further centers at the national level and at the international level. Also, thanks to the funding of this María de Maeztu Award, we plan to open 2 new lines of research. One on artificial intelligence, and a second one on public health, and especially on the impact of climate in public health. Okay, so these are 2 new lines that will be created thanks to this funding. Third, boosting mathematical talent and say building up new generations of mathematicians. This will be tackled by the BGS Math, which in this new strategic plan has been transformed into the training unit of the CRM, has changed its role slightly, or maybe has gone back to its origin of being a training unit. And Carmen Cascante, who is the director of the BGS Math, will again later explain some of the actions that has been doing the last years, but also which new actions we will propose with this María de Maeztu Award. Second, obviously, it's very important to recruit new people here, new young people. And thanks to this award, we are hiring 8 PhD students through this the Agencia FPI program. 3 of them are now ongoing, say the hiring process. We have opened, or we will open, 15 postdoctoral fellowships, 7 this year in an ongoing call, and 8 next year. Let me say that in this year we've been very successful in this call. I mean, for 7 positions we got more than 100 applications. Currently, we are finishing. It's been a long hiring process, also to ensure diversity, to ensure internationalization and fairness in the process. So now we are in the last stages of the interviews. But say in 2 weeks, we will have say the offers for the candidates. And now, so we are opening again, thanks to this María de Maeztu Award, 2 junior leader positions for these 2 lines I've mentioned in the previous slides. One in public health, and the other in artificial intelligence. Throughout all these slides and all the others, we will always, I mean, have to keep in mind that CRM will be fostering diversity, aiming to close the gender gap, and also to keep internationalizing the CRM. We have many. I've said many things. I mean, we have many goals. I mean, this is ambitious, and obviously we need to govern all these committees and all these actions. These will be led by myself as scientific director, also with Eva Miranda, who is the scientific co-director of this unit of excellence. Always, obviously, in coordination with Tolsa, the director of the center, and Arantxa Sanz, the executive director. And we will rely, say, for this more scientific aspects of this rollout of the plan with the warrants or garantes of this María de Maeztu, who are here, say, listed, the 7 of them. At the level of, say, actions to ensure the proper, the proper rollout of this plan, we propose several actions. The first of one is obviously this kickoff, or I mean, the work that has been done these first months of the María de Maeztu period, say, to prepare the actions that should last these 4 years, to set up the basis for the success for this strategic plan. We will be constantly coordinating both with the scientific advisory board of the CRM, led by Robert McKay, who spoke this morning, and also with the committee, the Garantes, the Quarantine Committee, to ensure, say, the good approach, say, the good path to achieve all these scientific goals that this María de Maeztu has, which obviously I will mention today. We want to spend here the whole day. We have already actually often meetings with these task forces. Many of the goals I've mentioned are actually transverse. Many of these task forces have to cooperate to achieve these goals. So we are having transverse meetings often, and also with the CRM Directorate, of which I am also a member. And it's planned in the strategic program to have 2 annual meetings here in CRM to evaluate how is this María de Maeztu plan going, and to see whether it needs or not redress, to see I mean, how it's been deployed throughout the years. Also, we are obviously constantly discussing with the managing team here in the CRM, led by Arantxa Sanz, who is in charge of implementing technically all these actions that we are proposing. I want to be short, so I'll stop here. As I said before, this is an ambitious, I would say, plan, but realistic, because now we are a large group with very strong people who we know, we felt it for this month that they are ready to work and cooperate to achieve all these plans. So this said, I'm going to pass the word to Arantxa Sanz, who is the executive director of the CRM, who will continue talking about all these goals of this SRP and how we will implement them, which milestones and indicators that we will have for them.
I would like to ask something.
Of course.
My first impression
yes.
is that maybe there is an issue that is lacking.
Okay.
The gender issue, right? If you look at the María de Maeztu committee, there's no woman representation there, right?
Yes.
And you are recruiting from young researchers.
Yes.
And I would like to have the idea that you are really
sure.
keeping that training.
Let me say a few words. First, this committee is a committee of Garantes, so it must follow the rules of the agency, and therefore there are certain metrics, and that's the people that we had with these metrics. Internally, we are very much aware that we have a problem in the CRM with this gender gap, and plainly, I mean, it is here. Maybe Arantxa will also comment more on this later. In all the hiring processes, we have followed all possible rules to enhance the presence of women, and that's also the reason why, I mean, for the audience here at ICREA, that this process has been so long, because we wanted guarantees that women would be present there. And certainly it's going to be, I mean, a motto, I mean, a very important issue throughout all the hirings. That's a huge problem in all sciences and also in mathematics, and it's also present here in the CRM. We are very much aware of that, but we definitely will fight to change it. And you'll see that in the committees that we have chosen, in these task forces, we have very actively proposed the presence of women to enhance its, I mean, its viewpoint and change that. Okay. Yeah, maybe exactly. Later we will mention also Carmen Cascante some aspects in training concerning the gender gap. We will create, I mean, she will give more details. We'll create a school which is going to be done every year, which is called Hypatia, which was a Greek woman mathematician. And in the teachers that will be say giving these courses, certainly there will be a good balance of women, because I mean we I mean, that's a huge problem, and we clearly believe that needs to be addressed. Thank you. No, thanks for the question. I don't know if there are more questions. If not, maybe I'll leave the word to Arantxa, and I will mute myself.
Yeah, maybe we'll. Is this okay? Yes. Well, you can listen to me. So basically going to develop into more detail these strategic goals that Marcel has already explained. And I chose this title Into Action because this is about the action plan deriving from the strategic plan. But essentially, I wanted also to prove that we started in January and we're already sort of rolling out. So I will try to, or I have tried to create 3 blocks of the diverse sort of like 17, 18 actions we have in the plan into the one sort of like tackling research, which is obviously the core of the plan and at the core of the center, impact and international leadership. And then we will have sort of like a kind of a transversal line, which sort of like affects in particular research, but also the other 2, which is the one with measures on talent, sort of like promoting, as we're saying, diversity and equality. And in diversity, we are talking about obviously tackling the gender gap, but also sort of like international question. This is why it's linked also with international leadership. So this is where we were in 2021 with problems as the question that we have no women as warranters, for instance. And this is what we sort of like promised the Spanish agency for research, sort of say, you know, okay, we are going to present some results after these 2 million and 4 or 5 years of work together. So we're going to have more co-authored papers, for instance, to prove that we have grown, but also we are more coherent, that we have grown together. We are going to have papers that are more cited, that used also by people in other disciplines. This is why our obsession about connecting with other disciplines. We will need projects for this, for instance, more interdisciplinary and international consortia, such as those funded by Horizon Europe. We will establish long-term stable industry collaborations, and we will have more women in as group leaders. So basically this talk is about how we are going to do this, because it doesn't seem so easy. So about research, I will go very quickly. This is the kind of actions that Marcel has already described before. We have grown in the last 2 years is by sort of acquisition, kind of a merge by affiliating researchers for the 3 universities that already has some sort of relationship with us. But we want to be more diverse and better. And the diversity in this question applies to the gender question, the international question, but also in terms of like the kind of topics that could also be connected, I read a quote this week. No, I wasn't looking for anything for the presentation, but it came very handy. About, I think it was a woman who was in 85, I don't remember her name, Nobel Prize in medicine. And she said that creativity, surprisingly, doesn't arise from very brilliant ideas from scratch, but usually for combining things, as Patel said, in a way that people didn't expect. So this is what the IATF probably would be about, and Joan Porti would explain us about it. We also have the Interdisciplinary Task Force, IBTF, sort of like promoting this connection with other disciplines. And then we have this sort of like monitoring of the project, sort of starting with this kickoff meeting. So our first semester meeting to try to show what we are doing will be essentially the welcome for our first cohort of postdocs. Continuing with the research and how we are going to grow and integrate, essentially all sort of the recruiting and talent measures that Marcel has already explained. Regarding the question that we have been addressed about the recruitment method, okay? This is something that we put explicitly in the María de Maeztu proposal, as we were aware that this is something very concerning, not only at the group leader level, but also at the level of postdocs. We had very few postdocs in the previous period, and that was something that we were analyzing in terms of how they were being recruited. So we were advised at the time by the observatory, the gender observatory here at the Universitat Autònoma in Bellaterra, and myself and some other colleagues, we also have followed specific training at the level of Horizon 2020 funded projects for how to tackle promoting gender equality in science and academia. So we have adopted a two-step, very long process, that's true, in which we have tried to bring as many women as possible into interviews. So something as simple as that, it created a slight difference with what we have lived in the previous period. Because in many occasions, maybe the best woman was the fourth or the fifth at the very sort of like, I would say, populated top when we were evaluating just remotely. And in this way, if we are sort of inviting 5 people into an interview, we'll have maybe 3 men and 2 women. Probably 1 or 2 women will get funded, which is what we expect to see. We have these 2 openings right now, so I don't think so many people, maybe I can see better. It's more related to attracting candidates, not to this data science, statistics, epidemiology, people working on problems related with climate or environmental impact and health. But about the other position, I think many of you could maybe help us with the distribution of this, trying to find people who are working on the mathematical proofs of why artificial intelligence works so well. Okay, so we want to say that as an institution, not only because of our ERC grantees, for instance, we are sort of international leaders. It's difficult for mathematicians to drive large sort of flagships or international initiatives because maybe we are just sort of required maybe to participate later. We have not been invited to lead large initiatives in artificial intelligence in Europe, just sort of like to join later. So this is one of sort of like the very distant goals that maybe we are trying to say that we are there, and not only us, but also, for instance, the other excellent centers like the Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu in Spain in the topic, and also other ERCOM centers, sort of like the centers that are organized sort of like activities, sabbaticals, etc., under the auspices of the European Mathematical Society. So we essentially have 2 groups of activities. One of them would be sort of like trying to, I would say, reformat and rethink and adapt, make more ambitious in this context of collaboration, our intensive research programs that are sort of like what we are experts on, but in the post-pandemic world in particular, this needs some refurbishment. And we are starting with a joint program with the IFEMAT in Madrid, the longest term Severo in Spain, and definitely a leader in the field, and ourselves, which is one of the organizers, is our co-director for the María de Maeztu, Professor Miranda. And then essentially sort of like try to generate institutional level, sort of like large projects with the participation of people who are distributed across these diverse universities and departments, and try to think of horizon Europe proposals, in particular Marie Curie probably, or AIC kind of proposals that wouldn't be possible just with one of the groups. We are currently working in one of the staff exchange proposals to be submitted next spring. So why do we want to be have more research, better research, more diverse research? So we obviously want more people also to use it. We want to build society in a more effective way and to create systemic pathways to do so. So I haven't used this picture of the bus just randomly. It's not that we're interested in particular in buses, but this is like an example of a project I am particularly happy to have contributed very, very little. But it's something that we would like essentially our actions to become this something that happens at least once a year. So our director, Josep Sedat, he is an expert in dynamical systems, in discrete dynamical systems. But he has now contributed to the redefinition of a number of bus lines in Barcelona. And this is already happening, and this has happened maybe over 2 years. So he has been working with DMB in a long-term collaboration with the support of our knowledge transfer unit, not in a very conventional, maybe sort of industry-sponsored project, but I think in a true collaboration of, we have a long-standing project. We are going in the end to find a company to develop this, but we need someone to help us to do a on-demand transport and to have a kind of like a model that is going to help us to choose who is going to be the best provider. So I think it's a magnificent example of how we can do more impactful research without actually moving from our expertise. So we will try to link our semestral monitoring meetings to this kind of screening and matching opportunities. And the KTT, David Romero, I think he's somewhere over there. He will be helping with that, sort of like preparing some monitoring forms apart from like daily connections with the groups. We're organizing along with the IDTF groups and sort of like institutional workshops with institutions in other disciplines that could be providers of programs of societal challenges. So please save the date, as we have confirmed yesterday with ICREA, with another María de Maeztu here in the Bella Terra campus, to work on this, to work together in urban and environmental problems. That we already had some connections, so we wanted to find more of these possible connections that again have this problem. And we will try to fit with that these sort of knowledge clinics once a year. So once we have sort of like have a better knowledge of this, we will invite the startups, companies, or government agencies to give us sort of like the problems and help them on this. And obviously we will need the help of the people in communications and to do a better outreach of this. It's very important for us to move from face-to-face, school visits and so on, into something that is going to make most, for instance, of YouTube, of social networks, and kind of like a more integrated. So I just wanted to use this final slide to mention the names of the people that this is like an internal message for those of you that we have never met, or maybe we have met over some online meeting. So apart from myself, that I would be sort of like a central contact point. Some of you have already interacted with our talent and human resources person, Vanessa Sanchez, and probably with the communications impact outreach people, and I don't know how. I would like to thank the people who support us. They are Consol Roca, that has already been mentioned this morning, and personal assistant to the director, and Gemma Martinez, who is the person in charge of the management of the externally funded projects. And she was the one who had the cold blood to click, maybe 1 hour before the call was finished for the María de Maeztu. And many thanks for everybody here for your attention and your collaboration.
Thank you. So thank you, Arantxa. So I'll pass the word to Joan Porti, who is the leader. I pass the word to Joan Porti, who is the leader of the ICREA task force. So he will explain the main actions that they are proposing and they will tackle.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so my goal, I'm here to talk to you. Well, they explained to me that this is for the internet. I was going to talk like this, I don't know.
But do it. I get it, there is, yeah.
So I'm going to talk about this inter-area task force and this inter-area code. And Marcel already explained it more or less what is the goal. But I will start talking about the people that form this committee. So, Abu Badaban and Thomas, Marta, Bulosa, and Alberta Xavier, you see the affiliation, you probably know most of you here. And it's okay. So let me start about what is the mission. The mission is to try to to reinforce this relationship between different groups. So mathematicians, sometimes we like to work. We are very specialized. We want to work for our own, and we have to compete and develop and sometimes. But so the goal of this committee is to reinforce the group sense or the group feeling of the CRM and the collaborations or synergies or whatever between different groups, okay? Which may be very different.
Okay, sorry for, so it's for the room. Okay. So should I start from the beginning? Inter-area task force relates different areas. I think that I didn't say much more than what is written here. Huh? And you, okay. So I was talking about topological data analysis, and the idea is to promote something for young people. Why young people? Well, because if you want to create new lines or new interactions, you just have to start with young people, which are more flexible, and they are probably better mathematicians than top people sometimes, yeah? And I should also include that maybe with, well, no. The idea will be to promote the participation on young researchers, so it could be a school, it could be something like this. So this is one of the actions that we think, the committee thinks that this inter-area committee would promote. And the other thing we are defining is the following one: some fellowships or grants for inter-area master thesis, inter-area or interdisciplinary. We're beginning thinking of different areas, but we also think that different disciplines is interesting. Okay, I'm really not used to talk with this. So we are thinking of master thesis is the thesis that at the end of master. So we are thinking of two kinds of profiles for thesis. The first one is two directors which are members of the CRM but belong to different areas. And the second profile is a member of the CRM and a non-mathematician, because it's also important, the interdisciplinary. It's not the task of this committee, but anyways, it will be an interesting task for the CRM. So this would involve the three masters in mathematics, UAB, UB, and UPC, sorry for switching the order, or related areas in the interdisciplinary stuff. This, we plan to promote this on February or March, so not this academic year, but next academic year. And well, okay, the sentence is new. We still don't know the exact profile of the grants, so we have to decide. Well, the director of the CRM is laughing because he changed it, but this is not what I wrote, but that's. We still don't know the amount of money we're going to give. I've even doing worse because it's not, the committee is not deciding the money, the CRM will decide that. So it's just a fellowship or a grant or whatever. And this is the politically correct sentence for saying that. Okay, so there will be these grants, and the idea is that we want to promote this, and one of the things to promote these grants is that the CRM will try to host a list of subjects for the thesis with the profiles. So subjects for the master thesis with two directors from different centers or from different areas. And it's, so if you have an idea to promote an idea for a subject for a master thesis, you will be very welcome to tell us. And you have other ideas to promote the interaction within the different groups, you are also welcome. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Vale. And now I'll give the word to Josep Sardanyès, who is one of the members of the Interdisciplinary Task Force. So turn it on. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to introduce the Interdisciplinary Task Force. Some of our goals or some of our actions have been already mentioned. I will give some more details on this. So first, just say that these are the members of the committee: Angel Calzina from UAB and CRM, and Gemma Huguet from UPC CRM, and myself. We would like to say you that we will try to be as close as possible to all of you. So if you have any comment, any suggestion, any criticism, whatever, any proposal, you can send us an email to this direction. actually, all of us are quite close to theoretical biology, neuroscience, and if some other person with other profile, different profile, wants to join this committee, he or she will be also welcome to have a more diverse subject. So CRM, as we know, was very focused on applied mathematics. Now it has grown a lot, and we want to take advantage of these new research areas to boost interdisciplinary research. So these are the current interdisciplinary research lines that we are developing at the CRM. So there is a big group in neuroscience, biomedicine, mainly working in cancer, virology, and aging. Also theoretical ecology, development, epidemiology, phylogenetics, and more systems closer to physical systems like climate, natural disasters. Also, we have industrial mathematics, robotics, material science, celestial mechanics and astrodynamics, and data science. And as it has been said, we will include 2 other research lines on climate and public health and artificial intelligence. So here we have, we want to show you some of the research centers and university with which we are doing interdisciplinary research. So we have some research centers in Catalonia that are working in cancer. The centers have a lot of data, of cell culture data and clinical data. Also with IDIBAPS, Institut de Robòtica i Informàtica Industrial, also with some centers that are Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu, Institute of Science, Material Science in Barcelona, Center of Advanced Studies in Blanes, which is a center that is working in ecology, in marine and terrestrial ecology. Also, Institute of Evolutionary Biology and Universitat Pompeu Fabra. ES Global, the Institute of Energy Techniques. And I would like to highlight the underground Canfranc laboratory, which they are working in low radiation activity underground. Actually, the tunnel is 800 meters underground. And they are now starting doing experiments with in biology. And also the Institute for Integrative Systems Biology in Valencia. It's a big institute. We have been collaborating with them for a long time. And this institute is growing a lot now. And they also are doing amazing experiments in virology, microbiology, synthetic biology. And they are also interested in mathematical modeling. So also we have some starting collaborations. Some of them started a few years ago, for example, with the CREA, that we did a workshop, and we are starting collaborating with them. Also ICTA, that as Arantxa said, we had a meeting on the 23rd of May, with a workshop, and also the Computer Vision Center. These are centers that are Severo, Ochoa, María de Maeztu, and are here nearby in the campus. So we also have some international collaborations with centers and universities in the United States. For example, UC Davis, Princeton University, and Boston University. Also, the Center for Neural Science in New York. And then, of course, the Mathematical Institute at Oxford, the University College at London, the University of Aberdeen in Scotland, some center about neuroscience in Chile, the Max Planck in Florida, and also with a couple of centers in Lisbon, Instituto Superior Técnico and the Institute of Ingeniería de Lisboa. So the ongoing collaborations are those in which we have been for a long time working with them. We have actually scientific publications. We have also ongoing projects. And the starting ones, for example, in this case, some of these entities have been starting with some international projects. For example, University of Tennessee, Cambridge, the Weizmann Institute of Science, the Denmark Technical Universitat in and ICREA, that is in France. Okay. So the goals of the IDTF, as it has been said, is to strengthen interdisciplinary research in mathematics. It involves to bridge the different research areas at the CRM with the people that is already collaborating with non-mathematician institutes, but also to make contacts between these people that is not working in applied mathematics directly with the other institutes, not through the scientists that are already collaborating with these institutes. Of course, we will try to promote interactions between the CRM researchers and the students in these interdisciplinary approaches. Also, these two new research lines that will be open, and open new collaborations with research institutes and universities that are doing experimental research or are working at the field, for example, in ecology. And the actions, so as I said, and as you know, the CRM has a tradition of working with applied mathematics. And these are already some of the seminars that have been working for many years. Camp seminars here at CRM, the biomath biophysics at UPC, the dynamical system seminars, and so on. So the new activities that we are planning to do to boost the interdisciplinary research is to celebrate a workshop about one per year, then to celebrate monthly interdisciplinary seminars here, focusing on the invitation of scientists working in centers where they are doing experiments in cancer, virology, or whatever. Okay. Then also, we will take advantage of the program of research in pairs that we have at the CRM. That there is a call for this year, and then also through the BSGS Math, sorry, to boost or to foster the co-supervision of bachelor science, master science, and PhD thesis. Also, it will be a good opportunity to share postdoc students that are interested in combining mathematical approaches to applied problems. And of course, the BGS Math courses. So regarding the interdisciplinary workshops, we are planning to do one every year. The first one is already organized. It will be the 8th and 9th of June of this year, and it will be about mathematical biology and neuroscience. So how we have organized these workshops? The idea is to spend the morning with some talks, 30 minutes talks and 15 minutes discussion. The first day, 8, will be for mathematical biology, and the second day will be for neuroscience. And what we have done is that in the afternoon, about 2 hours and a half, we have organized different working groups with different topics. And when you register to this workshop, that the registration is already open, you can choose what kind of working group you would like to attend. Okay. So this is a way that we try to make the first contacts between people that we expect that they will have some ongoing collaboration for the future. Okay. So here we will have different topics, and of course in biology and neuroscience, we work a lot with dynamical systems, but we would like a lot that people from the other areas, from analysis, from number theory, all of them could attend, because you know, dynamical systems is a huge branch that takes into account geometry. Okay. So for the other years, this is provisional. This is not fixed, but we have thought in organizing a workshop on artificial intelligence, another one in epidemiology and public health, and the last one, 2025, it's far away. We have open for proposal. So if any of you is interested in a specific subject, please send us an email, and we will try to organize a nice workshop. Okay, and this is all for my part.
Thank you, Josep. And now I pass the word to Carme Cascante, who is the director of the BGS Math, who will talk about the training actions for these 4 years. Sí, vamos a pots engegar això, Està on.
So hi. So I would like to talk a little bit about BGS Math. So many of you know about this. Many of you know about the BGS Math, the Barcelona Graduate School of Mathematics. For the ones that, the few of you that probably don't know about this adventure, I would say, I will begin with a little bit of the organization of this BGS Math. There is a monitoring board, which is, I would say that BGS Math was a joint collaborative story that we begin with the mathematicians of the Fourth University in the Barcelona area. I like a lot to talk about this because I was at the very beginning of the construction of this BGS Math, and it's an example of things that can work just working from the basis, not the top. And we begin in 2013, I think. And now we have a monitoring board, which is with a representation of each of the institutions involved in the construction of this BGS Math. So we have a representative of the CRM, Luis, a representative of the UPC, which is Josep Álvarez, of the UAB, Xavier Byrne, UB, Núria Fagella, and Gabor Lugosi from the UP. So as I told you, we started in 2013, and it was a collaborative initiative of the research groups in mathematics of the 4 universities in the Barcelona area, together with the CRM, which was one of the main aims of the BGS Math. It was to fill a gap, which is we thought we have involving doctoral studies in the universities, and we wanted to provide a doctoral and postdoctoral training at the highest level and in an international environment. We thought that it was good to have doctoral courses that could be offered to the whole Catalan community, and that was one of the main objectives of this collaborative initiative. The other objective was in order to provide to be able to obtain grants or awards, which was very difficult to find to obtain by ourselves. And in this sense, we were able to host María de Maeztu 2014 and 2017. Afterwards, due to the fact that now María de Maeztu is in the CRM, the BGS Math has been reinforced and has also reinforced its original mission, becoming the CRM training. And what I wanted to explain to you is some of the ongoing activities which have already done since now, and what are the new activities that we have planned to do beginning this year. So our first objective, I think it has been more or less fulfilled, because since 2013, we have been offering about four courses per year. So up to now, we have already offered 36 courses. More or less, we have been able to check more or less which is the attendance of each of these courses. It's around 25, 30, or 35 persons, which I think is quite a good number of participants. And also since 2017, we have begun to organize joint junior meetings with the prestigious Berlin Mathematical School, the BMS, which will be biannual. And it was an edition in 2017, 2019. And of course, the one which was going to be held in 2021, it has been postponed to this year. In September, we're having this third edition. And I would also say that, in fact, I don't know if it is because of the people that are very eager to attend to this kind of congresses, but the number of German people from the BMS that have already been registered here has been doubled the previous edition. It's more than 50 people that want to come here this year. We also offer a colloquium twice per year. In fact, we have the talks that have been given today or are going to be given this afternoon are also used as a colloquium of the BSGS Maths. And something which is ongoing but is quite new is that during the pandemic, we thought that it was going to it was a good idea to reinforce the different seminars that young people organized in the different universities. So we talked with all of them, and as a result, now we host this young seminar, junior seminar, which is called SIMBA because it's one of the names of the previous seminars, which was established in the University of Barcelona, and it is organized by graduate students, and it is addressed to young researchers and also graduate and last year undergraduates. And it also has a quite good success in the participation of people. That's the ongoing activities. And the new things is that I would like to talk is first of all, the Barcelona Introduction to Mathematical Research Summer Program, which is going to be held annually. Its first edition is going to be on July this year. And the objective of this activity is to attract students in mathematics, mainly in the third or fourth year, and from any university in Barcelona or elsewhere. And the program consists of four mini courses and a research project, which is advised by more than 20 mentors in the 2022 edition, and which has participation, has been quite a success, which a participation of around 30 students with more than 60 applications. And I would like to mention that this 60 application is not only from people from the Barcelona area, but also from Spain and even from Europe, and some of them overall. So it's quite a success on this first edition. I think I have in the next slide the web page or some kind of the web page of this activity. Yeah, nevertheless, is the things I have told you. For courses, and then some other activities and social activities addressed to young people. Probably answering to some of the questions previously done, I have don't say anything about the joint meeting with the Berlin Mathematical Society, but even the organizing committee and the speakers that are attending to this junior meeting, or even here, there is also the fact that there are women in all of these activities. Quite a lot. And our final activity is this graduate summer school. We have put the name Ibatia in order to reinforce the fact that we would like to show the presence of mathematics even from the very beginning. Ibatia was a mathematician from many years ago, many centuries ago. So its first edition is going to be in June, excuse me. And the idea is to give courses on subjects of exceptional promise and scientific importance delivered by highly distinguished speakers in the area. It also will have a colloquium on a complementary subject. And as I said, in honor of the name of the summer school, it's committed to work under a friendly gender perspective. The idea is that every year, the courses, some of the courses will be delivered by women. In the first edition, the 22 edition is focused on PDs, and the speakers are María Ángeles García Ferrero, Javier Gómez Serrano, and Xavier Rosotón. And the colloquium will be held by Tristan Brookmaster. And the 23rd edition is focused on symplectic geometry, and the speakers will be Eva Miranda, Daniel Peralta, and Helmut. We still don't have chosen the colloquium. I would say that besides these academic courses, we're thinking on some parallel activities, like, for instance, a roundtable about life after the graduate school, where we would like to invite young researchers, even women and men. So in order to explain to the participants how is life after how hard is life after being graduated. And I think more or less that's all. I don't know if I have. Yeah, that's all.
Well, so let me thank all these speakers. I don't know if there are some questions which myself or Eva Miranda or all the people in the committees can answer. See? Yes.
I have another question.
Yes.
It's about who is funding all the activities of the Barcelona Graduate School of Mathematics. I mean, there are many courses, a lot of training, people coming from abroad.
Well,
is it?
I mean, nowadays the BGS Math is a training unit of the CRM, so all the funding comes from the CRM. I mean, exactly. Yeah, this was the second part of my speech. So it's funded by the CRM. When you mention accommodation, grants, etc., these courses have been done for free by members of the BGS Math. So these now I forgot the number, about 36 courses. They all have been given for free I mean, by many of us because we believe that training is part of our duty, is part of our job to train new generations. So this part has no funding. Say no, the others is by the CRM and in part by the María de Maeztu grant.
I can say that we have tried very hard, especially at the beginning, to obtain funds from many different institutions, and we have never obtained basically nothing.
I just say that because in other centers, in other disciplines, some of these summer schools that are co-organized with foreign institutions, sometimes the foreign institutions are also funding these activities. And the good thing is that Barcelona is a very attractive place in summertime to attract students. So you have a lot of advantage to get extra funding from other institutions.
I can talk a little bit about the BMS, the joint junior meeting. The idea is that when it's held every 2 years. 1 year is here, 1 year is in Germany. And the idea is that the people in Germany cover all the expenses, but we cover all the expenses like a lunch or social activities or things like that here in Spain. And we have to apply to different institutions like our universities, the CRM, the Societat Mathemàticas, etc., etc. There is not a special funding for these activities.
Sí.
I would like to say something about this issue, which is that there are two different situations. One situation is what you are saying about summer schools and other things. And this is, in fact, it is working. There are funding mechanisms. the thing that it's harder to fund is the BGS math courses, which are what some years ago it was called the doctorate courses. Okay, this is very hard to fund because we don't want the people to pay for things. And then the only way of funding this is either getting money, specific money, or achieving that the universities, they are proactive and they release people from teaching duties in order that they collaborate. This has been the black spot in all negotiations in the last years. But since I am an optimistic, and all my friends know that I am a compulsive optimist, after when this adscription process will be completely finished, I have the hope that achieving something like this. At least I have the hope of getting some resources without paying to the university, because the counterpart is that when we do such things, we have to pay an overhead for doing such actions. At least I would like to achieve this without pay, but I am an optimist.
So are there any other questions? Well, if not, let me thank all the people who is in these committees, who has been working hard. And who will be working harder these 4 years, because this is only the first month. So I think we are almost on time. So I think it's time to introduce Joaquim Ortega, who will be the chairman of the afternoon talk by Xavier Tolsa.
So now I am introducing Joaquim Ortega, who will be the introducer of Xavier Tolsa for this last afternoon talk. So thank you. And sí.
Well, it is for me a pleasure and an honor to introduce Xavier Tolsa. He's one of our more internationally recognized mathematicians in the Catalan community, and I'm particularly proud that all the institutions participated in his education. He has a doctoral degree in engineering by the Polytechnic University. He had his degree at the University of Barcelona, and he had his doctoral degree in mathematics at the University Autònoma of Barcelona. And these doctoral studies was under the direction of Mark Melnikov, who proposed him a very hard problem on the 60s, on the Vitushki problem, on the semi-reactivity of the analytic capacity, and this was a very hard open problem that was essentially given up by the community, and he managed to solve it. And this captured the attention of the people in the Princeton Institute, and they gave him the Salem Prize because of this resolution of this problem. And this was followed next year by the prize of the European Math Society for the solution of the Painlevé problem. And well, he's been recognized, as I say, he's been an invited speaker for the International Congress of Mathematics. He's been awarded 2 advanced grants and the Jaume Primer Prize, and well, many other prizes. I cannot list all of the honors and the distinctions, but well, I wanted also to explain to you what's his style of work. I mean, how Xavier is. And I think he's, for me, he's essentially a problem solver. I mean, he works on a very hard problem that exists already and who's been tackled by many people. And well, he pushes it to the limit. In this sense, I'm always in awe of well, his self-confidence and his hard work and the persistence that he manages to put in a problem. And well, if you read his papers, they are the mathematical style, they are not easy to read. I mean, I must confess, not for me at least. But he shows they are always like a tour de force, and they are a very technical virtuosity there. I mean, it's very delicate constructions that he pushes to the limit and beyond. And on the content of the mathematics that he works, he's working in an area that well, most of his works deal with two different fields. One thing which is the geometric measure theory, so the properties of sets. And on the other hand, it's the analysis that you can do on these sets, whether you can get bounded operators on which measure supporters in these sets. And it's always the interaction in between these analysis properties of the sets and the geometry properties that derive to them that has well, that he has obtained many spectacular results combining these 2 areas. And the title of the talk that he is going to present to us is well, it's a conjecture of Carlson. That's one of these hard problems, and the reflectability and the square functions. These are this geometric and the analysis part of that, and it's for me an honor to introduce it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for these very, very kind words. So, well, there is something that I agree is that I am stubborn and I try hard. Yeah, you need some self-confidence, but you need a lot to be very, very stubborn, and of course to get results, you also have to fail many times. Well, let's go on. So I will, this is a talk on pure maths, though there are not applications, at least in this talk. I have tried I have chosen a topic that is not very technical, I think, so that I would say that can be understood by you. So don't panic about what is a square function. Well, it's a function and there is some square there. So it's that, only that. No, that's true. Nobody knows what's that. It's yeah, this is, yeah. Well, and yeah, it involves some kind of orthogonality there behind. Well, let's go on. One moment here. Maybe yeah. Bueno, el que passa que està això aquí, que és una mica lleig, però és igual, ho deixem així. Okay, let's move on. Oh, but yeah, with this, yeah, because there are many slides. Okay, I will start with some definitions. The first definition is the definition of length. What is length? Or this is a length measure. this is this notion. So we start with an epsilon larger than 0, bigger than 0, and a set E in the Euclidean space. And then first we define this H1 epsilon of E. This is the infimum over the sum of the diameters of the sets AI, and these sets AI, they should cover E. And their diameters are at most epsilon, right? And then we take the infimum. And then what we do later is to take the limit as epsilon goes to 0. And this limit coincides with a supremum because, of course, well, as epsilon goes to 0, this quantity increases, right? So this limit exists, could be infinite, but it exists. And this is called R length of E, or in a more technical way, it's called also one-dimensional Hausdorff measure. This is the one-dimensional Hausdorff measure of E. And well, this way of defining length coincides with other usual notions of R length measure, for instance, on curves, right? The more typical definition, the most typical definition with taking segments. Well, that's by the way, one can also define Hausdorff measures with other dimension, putting here, when we could take the same definition and raise these diameters to some fixed power S, let's say. And then we would get a similar definition, and this would be the S-dimensional Hausdorff measure of E. So we can define many measures of different dimensions. And well, and this definition, this notion allows to measure the length or the Hausdorff measure of many sets. For instance, the planar 1/4 Cantor set. That is, it is constructed taking first a square of a side length 1. Then we replace this by 4 squares of side length 1/4 in the corners. Then here we have squares in the corners of these squares of side length 1/16, then 1/64, and so on. So that we have at each generation n, this would be generation 0, I would say. This is generation 1, generation 2, 3. And then at each generation n, we have 4 to the n squares, q and I, of side length 4 to the minus n, right? Then, well, I will write something. So then we would define E as the intersection of the union of I equal 1 to 4 to the n of these squares. Well, you can think that these squares are closed, so that the intersection is not empty. And then, well, it's just a trivial observation that, of course, when we fix n, the sum of the diameters of these squares is a square root of 2, right? Because we have 4 to the n squares of, and this with this length. And well, then we deduce this fact. And why? Because, well, just go back one moment to the definition. We consider in this definition the sets EAI to be just these squares Q and I. And then for each n, we consider this covering of E, this one here, right? This cubes with these squares. And all right, and then since we are taking an infimum, well, we have this, and it is immediate to deduce this fact here. And with a bit more of work, one can check that in fact the Hausdorff measure of E coincides with the square root of 2. Well, finding the precise identity is not very easy, but showing that this is some quantity, non-zero quantity, is not difficult. All right. And well, and one can construct, for instance, another triangular version that so that I put here for fun. And then in each generation, we have here 3 to the n triangles of side length 3 to the minus n. And then by the same argument, we have that this set has length that is positive and finite. Okay, and that's all. And well, and now we introduce an important notion in this talk, is the notion of rectifiability. So we say that a set E in the plane, we will be all the time in the plane, is rectifiable if it is almost everywhere. This means almost everywhere contained with respect to Hausdorff's one-dimensional measure in a countable union of curves with finite length. Typically, curves with finite length are also called rectifiable. So, in fact, this perhaps it would be more natural or more correct to call this set countably rectifiable. But anyway, this is the usual terminology. Almost everywhere contained with respect to length means that it is that the whole set E is contained in this union of curves, except with the possible exception of a subset of zero length. All right, so this is rectifiability. Of course, this is a notion that is stable by countable unions. On the other hand, a set is purely rectifiable if it intersects any curve gamma of finite length, at most in a set of zero length, right? So the intersection of it with any curve of zero length, it has zero measure, zero length. Well, no curve of finite length. Sorry. So in a set, in a sense, E pure rectifiable means that all subsets of E, E does not contain any subset that is rectifiable, except sets of zero length. Let me say that there are higher dimensional versions of this notion of rectifiability, and then in set of curves, one uses Lipschitz images of affine spaces. So, for instance, one could define N rectifiability in RD, and then instead of a curve, we could take the Lipschitz image of an N-dimensional. But in this talk, for us, it's enough to consider the case of one rectifiability and the one-dimensional rectifiability in the plane. Well, an example of a pure rectifiable set, just this planar one-quarter Cantor set. Oops, there are two one-quarters, and the triangular version. So if we draw some curve or finite length here, and we imagine that this is the set of infinite, well, of infinite, if the Cantor type, not this finite generation, then of course we can manage, we can get that the intersection, that this curve may intersect the set, but the intersection will have zero length, assuming that the curve has finite length. Of course, we could take a piano curve that contains everything, but the piano curve will have infinite length. And the same, this triangular version is also pure rectifiable. And here for final, we also put a photo that, well, it's not, I'm not sure if it's possibly not a photo, it's a design from internet. Yeah, it's yeah, because it's all right. Well, this could be pure unrectifiable set, two-dimensional rectifiable set in R3. Well, it would be of dimension 2, assuming that the ratios that we have of this or the side length are chosen correctly. I'm not sure if this is the case, but we can imagine something like this. All right. Then what is the geometric measure theory? Well, I will not define this exactly. It's like defining maths. What's that? Well, but let's say that among many other things, geometric measure theory studies the different characterizations or different properties of rectifiable and purely unrectifiable sets. This is one of the main topics of geometric measure theory. The father, I think that the one that can be considered as the father of geometric measure theory is Vesicovich from the last century. He developed geometric measure theory in the plane, and he studied rectifiability for one-dimensional sets in the plane. And in higher dimensions, the theory was extended by many people like Federer, Mastran, Mattila, Preis, and many others. Well, why are we interested in studying rectifiable sets? Well, rectifiable sets arise, for instance, in singular sets for PDEs. That is, for instance, one can consider a PD like the Laplacian or like a harmonic map in a Rn, and then typically singular sets or rather elliptic PDEs, singular sets, typically they are rectifiable. Also, minimizers in calculus of variations, very typically, or also they are rectifiable. Free boundaries are almost always, yeah, rectifiable. Also, rectifiability appears in many complex analysis and harmonic analysis. If you want to do a line integral, for instance, in complex analysis, you can think that, well, you have to start with a curve, right? And then, but of course, there are deeper examples. All right. Then here I will, in this talk, I will describe mainly the connection between rectifiability and tangents. This is one of the main points of this talk. Then so what we have to do next is to define a tangent. And then to define a tangent, we have to introduce the notation for a cone. So given a point x in the plane and a unit vector u and an angle theta, like this, we consider this two-sided cone that you can read the definition. But if you are a bit tired, it's better to look at the drawing. We just have this point x here, and then we have this vector. This should be the vector should be considered the axis of the cone, and the cone is this shaded region, and theta is the aperture of the cone, right? All right. Then we say that the set E has a tangent at x or in x if there exists a unit vector u. It should be an axis of a cone, such that for all theta there exists all theta between 0 and p halves open. There exists some radius such that the intersection of E with this cone and with this ball is empty. And then the tangent, I will do a drawing now. The tangent here is the line orthogonal to U. So the idea is that well, we have, well, we started with this. We have we have this curve gamma, the set E that could be just this curve, and then given this point x, this cone here, this is an open cone, does not intersect the set E, and we can take this cone as flat as we want, or this theta as close to p halves as we want, and the price then to pay is to reduce this radius here. So what we are saying is that this the part of the set E inside the cone and inside this ball of radius r should be empty, right? And if we take the radius small enough, then we will always manage this. All right. And then, so this is the notion of tangent. This can be defined for any set. We don't need this set to have a finite length, for example. And now there is the notion of approximate tangent that also can be defined for arbitrary sets, but it is more natural to assume in this case that the set E has finite length, finite one-dimensional Hausdorff measure. So in this case, well, we say that E has an approximate tangent in X if for all theta. We don't ask this intersection to be empty, but we ask the length of this intersection to be pretty small, or more precisely, we ask that this length divided by the radius tends to 0 as the radius goes to 0. So the idea is that maybe in general we could we allow some measure of the set to be here, but if this measure is very small, then well, this will be an approximate tangent. That is, of course, so the notion of approximate tangent is weaker than the one of tangent. Then there is an important theorem that says that if we have a set E in the plane with finite and positive and finite length, then the set is rectifiable if and only if it has approximate tangents almost everywhere with respect to length, almost everywhere in the set E. And on the other hand, E is purely rectifiable if and only if for almost all point with respect to length, there is no approximate tangent. So you see that rectifiability equivalent to existence of approximate tangents. Pure rectifiability, there are no tangents at almost all points. I would say that this theorem is possibly due to Vesicovich. I'm not sure. Anyway, I suppose he will not complain. All right. No, it's somewhat sure. All right. Well, for example, it is I think it's very clear to see that this set has no tangents at no points, because we can think that there is no way to put a cone here if this cone is close enough to half plane, so that this cone does not contain a big part of the set at any point. So it is just a moment of thinking. You will realize that this set cannot have approximate tangents at any point, in fact. Then another remark here, I said that, well, we assume positive and finite length, but as I said, the notion of tangent, not approximate tangent, makes also sense for arbitrary sets, and it is not difficult to show that for an arbitrary set E, the set of tangent points is rectifiable. The set of tangent points is the set where the set of the points where a tangent exists. All right. And now let we go to another important notion. It's the notion of the beta number. This is a kind of this is a coefficient that measures the flatness of a set inside some ball. So given a set E in R2 and a ball B, we define this coefficient beta sub E of B as this thing here. That, well, it's maybe it's a bit hard to read, but it's the infimum over all lines of this supremum. And here we take the supremum of X of E intersected and E intersection with B, and here we put distance XL, and here we divide by the radius of B. What we are doing here is considering a ball B. We consider, for instance, that this ball B intersects the set E. For instance, and the set E here is this collection of this pair of arcs. And then what we are doing, taking this infimum, is we find the thinnest strip that contains the set E intersected with the ball. And the width of the thinnest strip is twice this coefficient multiplied by the radius, because the width, we want this coefficient to be invariant by scale. So this is a coefficient that has no dimension, right? Because it's a distance divided by a radius. So then I repeat that the width of this strip, well, it's the double, because here L is this half. And then the width of the strip is twice beta, or the double of beta times the radius. And this is for the optimal strip. So, but anyway, what you have to understand is that, for example, if E is contained in some line in the ball B, then this coefficient will be 0, right? So the flatter is the set E, the smaller is the coefficient, and conversely. And then you can guess that perhaps this quantity could be related to rectifiability, right? For example, it is immediate to check that here, for any ball centered at any of the points of this set, this beta coefficient will be bounded away from 0, at least for radius smaller than the diameter of this set. It is very easy to check this. Anyway, there is an important theorem by Bishop and Jones from 1994 that says this thing here. If we have a Jordan curve in the plane, But I remember that journal curve is an injective map of circumference, right? If I'm continuous. All right. All right. Then if we have a Jordan curve, then up to a set of zero length, then the curve gamma has a tangent in X if and only if this integral is finite in X. And this integral involves these beta coefficients associated with the curve and the square, and they integrate the R over R and between 0 and 1. That is, we could put here this one can be replaced by any number, any finite number. What is important is that this integral arrives to 0. So, okay, well, remember this fact, right? So tangent equivalent to the finiteness of this thing. And this thing is a square function. This, for example, an example of a square function, And well, it's a function because it depends on X. And well, it has a square, so we can call it a square function, right? And this square reflects some kind of orthogonality. Later, you will perhaps we can see something about this. And this function is called the Jones square function. And well, the study of functions such as this one and other related functions or variants allows to use techniques from harmonic analysis to study rectifiability. If for people that are a bit familiar with harmonic analysis, I guess that or they should know that I hope that harmonic analysis, for instance, has studies the smoothness of functions, and then the smoothness of functions can be characterized by the approximation of that function in terms of affine functions, or by in a multi-scale way. That is, this is the so essentially this is the so-called little with Paley theory, right? And then this so and then the similar techniques can be applied to the study of geometric measure theory. And the first one who realized this was Peter Jones, and the theorem that I showed you is an example of that result. Well, then as I said, the study of functions such as this allow to study rectifiability, but moreover in a quantitative way. So remember that rectifiability is stable. The way I defined, or we define this, is so that it is stable by by countable unions. So that notion is not very quantitative, but it can be, one can introduce some notion of quantitative rectifiability involving these square functions, for example. And some mathematicians that started in this area were Peter Jones, Guy David, and Stephen Sims. Also, the use of tools involving this kind of functions has been used to study the L2 boundedness of singular integral operators on rectifiable sets, for instance, in Ritchie's graphs. Also, it had a very important role in the study of the Pennever problem for removable singularities. This is the essentially, this is what related to what Joachim explained before in the introduction about the analytic capacity. So in that result, the use of functions such as this is important. And here I had put the name of some people that have participated in this, David Matila, and some people from the Autònoma, from here, Melikov, Verdera, and myself. And well, and whoops, and well, and in and very recently, Neighbor and Valtorta have realized, well, maybe it's 3 years ago or 4 years ago, realized that one can use these beta coefficients to study or to quantify the size of the free boundary in some free boundary problems, and also to for the singular set of minimal surfaces, connecting these functions to some monotonicity formulas. So it's they are very nice results. All right, but let's go back to rectifiability and to the beta coefficients, and to remember that the Bishop-Jones theorem characterizes existence of tangents in terms of the finiteness of that square function involving betas. Well, the proof of the Bishop-Jones theorem is based on the traveling salesman theorem of Peter Jones. This is a previous theorem. What is the traveling salesman problem? Well, possibly this could be one of these interdisciplinary problems, but this is this is treated from the point of view of analysis. So we have a collection of points in the plane, and then well, we find the shortest path that connects all the points, or the shortest curve that contains all the points, right? So this is known to be a difficult problem. Well. And and this was studied by Peter Jones. I will say more details in the next slide. But first, let me say that, well, Peter Jones is this guy here. He's still active in mathematics, and he has important contributions in harmonic analysis, complex analysis, and geometric measure theory, among other things. And in fact, I think that now in the last years, he applied his ideas from rectifiability and beta coefficients to more applied fields. So these beta coefficients can be applied to data analysis, it seems. So maybe this is an idea for some committee here. All right. But it's not my field. All right. So, well, this is the theorem of Peter Jones that I mentioned in the preceding slide. We have a set in the plane, and then Jones proved that the length of the shortest curve that contains E is comparable to this quantity here. So, of course, here the set E is an arbitrary set. Of course, it can be an infinite union of points, non-countable points, right? And well, a non-countable collection of points. All right. So, and then, well, here what we say is that the length of this curve is comparable to the diameter of V plus this sum. This is the sum of the beta coefficients of these cubes, 3q squared, and here the side length of q. Here, notice that I defined beta sub p of 3q. Well, I will first, we need some remarks and some about some terminology, some notation. Well, I read this symbol as A comparable to B. A comparable to B means that there exists a universal constant depending on most, for instance, on the dimension that here is where in the plane, so it's 2. Universal constant such that we have this estimate here. As well, you know that diameter of V is denotes the diameter of V, and this D is the collection of all dyadic squares in the plane. So possibly most of you are familiar with dyadic squares because they are important tool, for instance, in measure theory. But if you don't remember, here you have the definition. It's just let's say that for any k, we have a collection of cubes of generation k, and they tile the plane, and they are disjoint, and the side length is 2 to the k. But notice here that these cubes are all the cubes of all possible sizes. So of course there is a lot of overlapping among them. They are right, although not all of them will intersect here. Then 3q is the square concentric with q with triple side length, and L of q is the side length of q. And well, I defined what is the beta coefficient of a ball. I didn't define what is the beta coefficient of a cube, but well, you can guess that this will be the same essentially. It's just here you put instead of a ball, a cube, and instead of the radius of the ball, the side length of the cube. All right. So, all right. So, well, this result is very important and has been very influential in harmonic analysis and geometric measure theory in the last decades. Notice that, for me at least, it's a bit surprising because given an arbitrary set, you quantify some coefficients at many scales, and then you can guess the length of the minimal curve that will contain the set. Of course, if a set is pure and rectifiable, then this sum will be infinite, right? Because the length of there's no curve that contains the set. All right, no curve of finite length. Well, and here I have the idea of the proof. It's just the idea, of course. The proof is a little, but the idea is, I think it's very, but the idea is very illustrative. Consider a very special case. A special case when E coincides with a curve gamma. When in the special case when a set coincides with a curve gamma, well, we have that formula that the length of gamma is comparable to this sum where V is replaced by gamma, right? So, well, then in the case when E is a gamma, when E is a curve gamma, here gamma is the black curve. Then we approximate this curve in the first generation by this segment, this blue segment. In the second, we want to approximate the length, or in some way, or to approximate the curve by some segments. In the second generation, we approximate this curve by this union of two segments, and so on, right? In the next generation, we have this union of segments that approximates this curve. So now notice that we want to see how the length of this union of segments increases and how converges to the length, to the real length of the curve. So consider this segment here, for instance, and we call this length L, and then this triangle is drawn here in red color, and this is the height of the triangle, and then the increment of length, that is the difference of length between this red part and this blue part, is this thing here. It's just Pythagoras theorem, right? It's well, you can think about this triangle and make a figure like this, or anyway, it's a direct computation shows this, and then this thing is very easy to check that is comparable to this thing here. But H divided by L is essentially the beta number of this triangle, because this triangle is contained in a strip that has this size and this here, right? So the beta number is H divided by L, or perhaps by 12. There's a 2 somewhere, but it's H divided by L. So this is beta square L. So then the coefficients beta, what they do, they measure the increment of length between consecutive approximations of E by means of curves gamma k made of segments of length comparable to 2 to the minus k. That's the idea. So that roughly speaking, we have that this would be gamma 0, now this would be gamma 1, and this would be gamma 2. So then H1 of gamma k plus 1 minus H1 gamma k is comparable to the sum of the coefficients, but here we only sum over dyadic cubes whose side length is 2 to the minus k. And then when we do a sum over all k, we have a telescopic sum, and we have that this one here, well, this will converge, when we sum, will converge to H1 gamma minus the diameter, right? So that's the idea. So of course the proof is a bit more difficult, right? Because this is we need to work with. Of course, that proof possibly works for the smooth curves, but well, we need a proof that works for absolutely arbitrary sets. And moreover, is maybe one we have to prove two inequalities. So different for. Yeah, there are two directions of the frame, let's say. All right, but this is the idea of the proof. All right, and now the second part of this talk, how much time do I have? Infinite? Well, anyway, well, maybe. Well, it's not much time. I think. All right. Don't worry. I will not. We will finish before 8. No, it's you can see here the number, so don't worry. All right. So let gamma be a Jordan curve. When I talk about Jordan curve, you have to remember that these Jordan curves need not have finite length now, especially in this result here. This is the interesting case. Jordan curves which may have infinite length, and then we consider the bounded and unbounded connected components of the complement of gamma, right, by Jordan theorem. And well, given a point x in the curve under some radius smaller than the diameter of gamma, for example, we consider, or we denote by I plus XR and I minus XR, the longest arcs contained here in omega pi, contained in this circumference, but the part of this circumference that is contained in omega plus, and the part of this circumference that is contained in omega minus. And here there are some drawings so that you can follow better. So we have this Jordan curve. For instance, this could be some kind of a snowflake with infinite length. And here, this is the circumference with center x and radius r. And this is I plus, right, with center x and radius r. And this is I minus. And here, but well, we may have more than one arc, right? Then what we do is, in a case such as this one, we take the longest arc. Here there are two candidates, right? This one and this one. We take the longest one is I plus, and the longest one for a candidate for I minus is this one. All right. Then theta plus minus are the angles corresponding to these intervals or to these arcs I plus minus. The angles, well, it's counted in radians. All right. So that, for instance, if we have a curve or some curve that is like this, or some part of the curve that is a segment, of course, here these angles are these are flat angles, right? So the angles are equal to pi, to 180 degrees. And then epsilon xr measures the difference between these angles and pi, so that we take the maximum of pi minus theta plus in modulus, and here the maximum of pi minus pi minus theta minus in modulus. So that, for example, of course, this coefficient here, since these angles are flat, this will be 0. This will be 0 here. Of course, here the epsilon xr is non-zero. So in a sense, you can guess that it seems that this coefficient possibly will measure, in some sense, the flatness also of some set, right? In the same way than beta coefficients do. And so we can introduce also this other square function, which is a square function because it has an exponent, correct exponent, right? And but notice that this coefficient, you should compare this square function to the one of Bishop and to the one of Jones. Remember, notice that both coefficients, epsilons and betas, are coefficients that have no scaling, right? No dimension. And one should, and the idea is that well, they are connected to rectifiability to flatness. And well, this here I recall the notation. And well, then what Carlson conjectured in around 1987 is that if we have a Jordan curve and omega plus and minus are the connected components, then up to set of zero measure, zero length, up to set of zero length, then omega plus has a tangent in X if and only if this square function is finite. By the way, this square function is called Carlson's square function. So, well, first some remark. I define what is the tangent of a curve. Well, what is that? Here I'm saying that some domain has a tangent. Here, what we ask when I say that a domain has a tangent, we ask that gamma, that the boundary has a tangent, and moreover, we ask something else. We ask that one of the components of this cone, remember that we have this cone, this component, this cone, this double cone should not intersect gamma, right? So now this is gamma. So now we ask that one component is contained here, for instance, in omega minus, and one component is contained in omega plus. And this should happen for all radius small enough. And for all theta between, given theta between 0 and p halves, smaller than p halves, then this statement here should hold for any radius small enough. All right. Another remark is that I told you that it is more interesting here to consider the case of Jordan curves which have finite length, because there is a theorem that says that if a curve has finite length, then it is rectifiable. It is rectifiable, and then it has tangents by the theorem of Besicovitch. So let's say that one of these directions, in the case when gamma has finite length, is almost trivial. Is possibly this one, because in this case the tangent will exist independently of this condition at almost all points. Notice, by the way, that I say that the Jordan curve may have infinite length, in fact non-sigma finite length, but this statement says that is a statement modulo sets of zero length. So it's all right. Then the conjecture was formulated by Carleson. It seems. I say it seems because it's not written. Well, I think that he didn't write explicitly this conjecture. Instead, the conjecture was written in some papers by Bishop in the late 80s or beginning of 90s, and he attributed this conjecture to Carleson. Well, and he formulated, or they formulated this conjecture because they found some connections with harmonic measure. I will not define what is harmonic measure here, but well, let's see something easier. Well, this is Leonard Carleson, right? He's a great analyst, still alive, and he has important contributions to harmonic analysis. He's very well known, among other things, because he proved that if we have a function, a periodic function in L2 that is square integrable between 0 and 2 pi, for example, then the Fourier series converge pointwise almost everywhere. This is one of the landmarks, I would say, of harmonic analysis. Well, he also has many other contributions to complex analysis, to complex dynamics, and because all of his results, he received the Abel Prize in 2006. Well, and this is Chris Bishop. He's much younger. He's still very active, and he has contributions to complex analysis, geometric measure function theory, and very recently, very nice results, some very important results in complex dynamics, I would say. And he was a former student of Peter Jones. All right. Well, recall this. We were discussing about this conjecture, right? Modular set of zero length, existence of tangent is equivalent to finiteness of this square function. Well, this implication, the fact that when omega plus has a tangent, the fact that this square function must be finite was proved in 1987. Essentially by Bishop. Well, I would say essentially because it appears in Bishop's thesis, but then it's published in a paper by Bishop, Carleson, Jones, and Garnett. Well, in the correct order. Bishop, yeah, no, yeah. Sorry. All right. And the way they proved this, or he proved this, is by some estimates involving harmonic measure, using a distortion theorem for harmonic measure, using some estimate found by Byrne many years before, many years ago. But well, here I will not discuss about this argument, but instead I will show you an easier proof. Well, easier if you take for granted the theorem of Bishop and Jones, right? That is well, it's not so easy. That remember that this theorem is based on the theorem of traveling salesman theorem of Peter Jones. All right, then it turns out that these coefficients epsilon, as I told you, they measure flatness in the same way as beta. And in fact, one can show that the epsilons are smaller than the betas times some absolute constant. Well, at least if one has a tangent point and one assumes the radius is small enough. And the proof of this fact is quite easy. Well, notice that if we have this, then remember that Bishop and Jones had shown that this equivalence is true if we put here the Jones square functions involving betas, right? So if omega has a tangent, then the square function involving betas will be finite. And so, since we have that the epsilons are smaller than the betas, also the square function involving the epsilons will be also finite, right? Well, and why is epsilon smaller than beta? Well, it's just it's a remark. It's geometry. It's just drawing a little. That is, for instance, consider this piece of curve, this kind of snowflake, and take a point x here, and now this ball centered in x, and consider with this radius, and consider the thinnest strip that contains this curve inside the ball. And this is this strip here. Then you can guess that, well, there is a connection between the flatness of this angle and the width of this strip. So just some estimate using Pythagoras theorem and not much more. So it's an easy exercise for you, right? So the epsilons and then this angle, the difference between this angle and P and 180 degrees can be estimated by this beta coefficient, or if you want, in terms of this, the width of this strip, and then using also this radius. All right. Well, and what about the other direction? Of course, if the other direction of the estimate, the epsilon, if we had the betas were smaller than the epsilons, well, we would be done, right? And then I would not be talking about this here, right? Because because then that result would be a direct consequence of the theorem of Bishop and Jones. Well, and of course, this is absolutely false, and this is very, very easy to check. Just consider a domain such as this one, for example, consider a point x here, and then, of course, well, notice that here, well, this the angle corresponding to this arc and the angle corresponding to this arc is P, right? So these are flat angles, but of course, the beta coefficient of this part of the curve, beta of the curve, not the domain, is this thing here, so beta is non-zero. So of course, then the epsilons are in general smaller than the betas, but they can be zero. All right. Then, so the final slide. So what happens about the other implication? Well, the other implication then was open until quite recently. And this was proven by Ben J, myself, and Michele Villa about 2 years ago. Well, it was published 1 year ago, let's say, and proved in 2019. Well, it turns out that well, the other implication is true, right? Given a Jordan curve, except for a set of zero length, we have that the finiteness of this square function involves existence of tangents. A few words about the proof. Well, one of the reasons why this is not easy to prove is because these epsilon coefficients are very unstable. For example, what means that they are unstable? For example, this means that we don't have an estimate such as this one. It would be helpful if we had that this is true. But this is absolutely false. On the other hand, this, well, beta gamma of x r, this is true. That this estimate is false is trivial to check. Notice that here epsilon is 0, as I told you, but if we take a ball, or a circumference also centered at X, and this circumference, for instance, crosses this triangle, then the epsilon coefficient will be non-zero, right? On the other hand, so this estimate fails. On the other hand, you can guess, or it's almost trivial to understand that if you have that inside some ball, some set is contained in some strip, if we take half of the ball, this set contains to be contained here in the same strip, right? Then just this number here will be 2, right? Because of the difference of ranges. And moreover, there could be jumps and not continuities when we change the radius and so on. Well, anyway, they are quite badly behaved. Here, as I told you, the interesting case is especially when the length is infinite. And some techniques involved in the proof. Well, there are techniques of quantitative rectifiability originated from these works of Peter Jones and later refined by David, Sims, and Leger. Of course, there are newer techniques and newer arguments, and I would say that the newest techniques are some compactness arguments that are involved here. Of course, the use of compactness arguments is very common in geometric measure theory, but here, well, there are some important difficulties. For instance, it turns out that when one takes sequences for Jordan domains and then they need not converge in some what is called the Hausdorff distance. It does not converge to another Jordan domain. They are not stable by blow-ups or by anything like that. We also use Fourier type estimates on Lichess graphs and well, and other things. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice talk. I wanted to ask if there are any higher dimensional analogs of the conjecture, or n-rectifiable sets in a N + 1, or
yeah, it would be natural. In fact, one of the difficulties is to find the right analog. In fact, I am working a little with this with other people that are also interested, and of course, well, what is a Jordan curve? Now it's yeah. So this should be different, and moreover, in high moreover, yeah, the coefficient should change. It should change a bit, or so. Of course, one can think about many different generalizations, but it would be natural to find a generalization that is natural, right? For example, something that possibly or more sure will not is defining a coefficient involving some L infinity type things. So like some length of this, I would say. Yeah. And then also another interesting question is that something that holds in, for instance, when one could try to think, okay, let's consider just a homomorphic ball in Rn and characterize tangent points. But well, homomorphic balls, well, they are, of course, they could be complicated objects. Moreover, here these sets are lower content regular. It means that if you have a curve here and you consider a ball such as this one, then this ball intersects the curve in a set that has a lot of measure. That is, if you want, in fact, the Hausdorff content of this is comparable to the radius. It's the length, if you want, is this comparable to radius. But if you are in higher dimensions, well, you can have like spikes of this type with a very small area. And then the lower content regular, that is lower content regular, that is in the regularity fails. That is in the plane we have this, but in higher dimensions, in RD, for instance, or in Rn+1, in general, we will not have this. And this is complicates a lot of things. So we are fighting with this. But yeah, it would be nice to find something interesting, something related.
So now we are approaching the end of this, I hope, very interesting day. This last part will be in charge of Eva Miranda, which is the co-director of the María de Maeztu project. And she will give the enthusiastic closing of the ceremony.
A lot of promises. Is this working? Okay. Okay. So, well, today we saw, well, thanks for being here, first of all, the people who are here, the people who are connected. Probably somebody is connected. I see somebody connected. Thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure to see all of you here, because when we were organizing essentially this meeting, it has been the pandemics. We didn't know what was going to be the impact of this meeting, and it has been really overwhelming to see you all here and to see also the authorities here. So today we saw that we have a challenge, right? We saw very interesting problems, mathematical problems. We saw that we have a strategic plan to attack these problems, and we are in the right moment to do this. We are like, this kind of children who buy their new shoes, and we are now starting to use these new shoes. And we feel like we have a lot of power to do this. Now the CRM, it's in a very interesting moment. It's in a moment in which we have been exposed to this kind of mestiçage with the universities and also with ICREA. And this mixture and interesting blend is going to reinforce both the universities, and it's going to reinforce CRM. And but there is work to do. So indeed, Luis told me you have to give the take-home homework to the people, right? You have to be like the bad cop here. You have to tell the people that they need to work. We are in the right moment to do this. The CRM is showing us, is giving us some tools how to do this. And we have some also social challenge. This is why we are interested in opening these two positions, one of them in the mathematics of artificial intelligence, and one of them related to public health. This is very important. The pandemics has shown us that science is at the center. It's at the center, and without science, we cannot do it. As mathematicians, we need to take this witness, and we need to work hard on these issues. I decided it was not a good idea to come together to this closing, so I took two wonderful mathematicians, both of them female, with a take-home message. And the first of one is, well, I'm going to talk first about the message of Karen Nuremberg, which represents each and every mathematician in the world, right? Essentially, we shouldn't tell this, but This is mathematics is our work, but it's more than our work. It's our passion. We do it because we like it, and we are going to keep on doing it. But what's great about this new project is that now we can do it together and we can do it better. And essentially, that's the message of Karen Uhlenbeck, right? Along the way, I have made great friends. That's a little bit what we are going to do. Great friends, a number of creative and interesting people. And well, let's recognize this. This is going to save us from boredom. So we should be thankful for this. And the second message, we cannot ask for more. Second message I want to take home. So this is the first message. This is the homework for the people. We need to work together stronger than what we have been doing. And the second message is a message for the future, right? Now, this is the second María de Maeztu that we have as a team. It's a result of a teamwork. It's not an individual work. But what comes next? What comes next, indeed, is what Margaret Hamilton is telling us here. We are the luckiest people in the world. There's no choice but to be pioneers. So we have no time to be beginners. We have to be prepared to work hard the next years and to take the next challenge. Now we have this María de Maeztu. What is the next challenge? Maybe a Severo Ochoa. Let's see. If we work very hard, we can do it. And only we can do it because we are the ones, I mean, the María de Maeztu is giving us the tools to work, but we are the ones who write this success story. So yes, we can. Let's do it. And thank you for coming. Any questions? Thank you for all the CRM team who made this wonderful day even better with these fantastic slides that I didn't do. They did it. Thanks to all of you coming here, all the team. Woo. Thanks to Arantxa. Thanks to you. Is you some closing.
No, no closing. I cannot say anything better that Eva has said. So the only thing to say is have a nice weekend.